Okay, we are live. There's no one in the chat for me to say hello to, so I would just say hello to you, Mr. Eric Breen. How are you doing this evening?
I'm just swell, Ash, and how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Um,
I'm just
that's
swell,
really,
Ash, and how are you?
really. I'm all distracted. that's
It's
that's really
probably your
hyperbolic. I don't think I'm really doing fantastic, but that's what you're
probably
supposed to say.
it's probably your giant logo.
So, yeah, it's you got to have branding, brand recognition.
You're branding the hell out of yourself right now.
Uh, let's see. Da, 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 da. I'm trying to find the actual broadcast on YouTube so I can send out a tweet.
Oh, okay.
That's probably a good idea, don't you think?
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Let's see. I don't have the multitude of followers that you do, but
You still with me? We're a ton
yeah,
of dead air.
yeah. I'm
Holy
I'm
cow.
I'm sending out a tweet. So
Only the
uh,
best from Ash on Comics. I
yes.
strive to be the best YouTuber that there
So
ever was.
now my tiny followers of don't give a damns
Oh,
can
what are you talking
feel
about?
can feel free to ignore my
You got
tweet.
lots of followers. Don't you have lots of Twitter followers?
That'd be no.
No? Well, you've got important Twitter followers. That's the key, right? So you reach out to the right people, and then they reach out to their network, hopefully, and
Absolutely.
that's the idea. That's the one thing that I wish I could ingrain into this community of online comics people is this idea of word of mouth. How important it is. I'll make tweets and I'll be like, "This is really important. I want to say this. Retweet this and share the word." And then I'll get like. And I'm like, no, I didn't mean like it. You have to actually retweet it. so if you just like it, it doesn't share with anyone. I mean, it makes me feel good that you like it, but I don't, it's like if I have 100 followers and you have 100 followers and I tweet something and you get, my followers and then you get it and you tweet it out to your followers and they get it, it increases exponentially, but only if we share like that.
So we have two people,
Oh,
Dave and
David
Frag.
Slanowicz is here and Frag Minion. Look at that. See? That's all we need. How's it going, Dave and Frag? Breen and I are here just in an impromptu stream, deciding to talk about comics and trying to figure out how to get people into the channel. And yeah,
Well, it's in honor of Dave being here. If you ever ungiant yourself, I brought some back issues with me. You know,
well, you
oh,
got something to
just
show, buddy.
no,
I
no.
can
I
just
mean,
do
yeah,
this. Boom! Look at
no, no,
that.
no, no, no. That's way too much, Eric. No, go
If you're gonna
back.
show something, you're
But
gonna be.
the Joker shirt and
Oh, that's pretty cool.
honor this week. But no, no, half and half would be fine.
Well, you got something to show. You just want to be more in the spotlight. I
No,
understand.
no, but see, I brought a bunch of back issues. I figured, just hold them
See,
up
they're too
there.
small. I need a bigger. There we go.
Okay, then I can do that
Avengers.
then.
Hey, you're the one that wants to be on camera.
I did not say that. Go back. Go make yourself a giant again.
Um,
Well,
let's see. Dave's tweeting us out now. That's awesome.
hold on.
Fragminion says you're a liar that you have 138 followers on Twitter.
I have 158, but that's still. That's just weird.
Oh, Amazing Spider-Man. Are these the ones you recently picked up?
I just some stuff, and I said, what, a cool cover there
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a TV on in front of you?
on the side.
Oh, because I'm getting this weird blue reflection on the comics that like almost looks like a TV
No,
reflection. I'm like, are you watching TV while you're
no, you
streaming?
can't see the TV, but I can see up there or on the other corner there. I don't know what the hell's causing that. Maybe one of the lights or.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
Let me try something. Hang on one sec.
All right. So I got to
Yeah, this is-
get my chat all together here so I can see. I'm so unprepared all the time when it comes to this thing. How's everyone doing tonight? And what's going on in the world of comics for you guys? As I sit here behind the scenes trying to navigate my computer and get things. We just sort of launched and didn't have any plan. It says, Ash, you got topics or need some? Dude, you're always welcome to throw out topics. This is an impromptu stream, so it's not really a show. I just so what happened was I was like sitting around here. It's 8:30 my time, and I was like, oh, Eric's on the East Coast and I'm on the West Coast, so it's really hard for us to connect sometimes because I can usually only stream late at night, and then it's like beauty sleep time for him. And I was like, man, it's like 8:30 and I can stream. I'm gonna reach out to Eric because it's kind of early, and he's like, yeah, just give me a few minutes. And I'm like, cool. So I'm hanging out on my Discord server, and I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for him to show up. And then Chase from Gateway and Comics popped in the server, and he's like, "Hey, you got a few minutes to talk?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's talk." So we're shooting the shit, and talking for a little while. And I'm like, "Dang, where's Eric? Where is he going?" And then we end our conversation, and I look at my phone, and I'm like, "Oh, I got some message from Eric." My phone was on Do Not Disturb, which I had set because I'd made videos earlier. So I put it on Do Not Disturb so I didn't get alerts and all this stuff. And I forgot to take it off, so I wasn't getting messages. And anyways, that's why, if you're listening, Eric, why I didn't reach out to you and why it took an hour to connect. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I watched another episode of BoJack and figured you figured if you'd be back eventually.
Yeah, I miscommunicated. I was expecting you to pop on and get on the Discord, so I was just chilling. I was like, yeah, he'll do his thing.
Well, I figured
And
since you sent it, over,
yeah,
the thing, I said, well, I'll just go ahead and answer on that since that's where I heard from you.
yeah, it makes sense.
I forget how, how much of an effective multitasker you are. You probably don't even know all the channels you're using at any given time.
That's the problem when you use too many, is then you have to check all of them all the time.
By the way, you sent me a couple things on like a purple room or something, and I clicked on it. I do not have permission to even look at things on that.
All right, we'll talk about that later. That's a top secret thing.
Oh,
Um,
I thought it was like maybe like the champagne room.
yeah, it's a top secret thing. We can't talk about that on the air. Let's see. Dave Asanowitz says Ghost Rider 2099 looks killer. I remember everyone enjoying the original series. Not everyone, I added that. He says remember enjoying the and I just made a video and I said I was talking shit about Ghost Rider 2099 and I totally had forgotten that was one of the 2099 lineups. Do you remember Ghost Rider 2099 back in the day?
I was going to bring that up actually.
Was you gonna bring up my faux pas?
Well,
My
but
screw up?
I wasn't going to put it that way.
Oh,
I,
is that where you
I was
gonna
going to
put it?
say you can't be expected to know everything from all the years of comics.
Well, I should hope that I would know the stuff during the eras that I was active, right? And that was prime era, Ash era. And but that's how forgettable Ghost Rider was to me. I didn't even remember it being part of the
Well,
lineup.
it didn't. I think it only lasted about 8 issues,
It,
and
it might have.
it came along like I don't even want to say the second wave, but more like the third wave of 2099. So 2099 was already losing steam before they introduced Ghost Rider.
Oh, is it? So it wasn't one of the launch ones?
I don't think it was. No, no. I think the
All right.
originals were more like Spider-Man. I think X-Men. Hell, I can't remember off the top of
Doom.
my head. Yeah, I think Ravage
And it was
might have been
Ravage.
pretty early because that was Stan Lee's book.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so I mean,
Ravage was Stan Lee's book. Doom 2099, Spider-Man 29, X-Men. Those are the four that I remember.
Yeah.
I thought they only
And,
launched four.
and everybody, at some point, Oprah came along and said, "You get a 2099, and you get it," because there was a Hulk. God, I think there was even a second X-Men type book. There was
Now,
this
were these
Ghost
like in
Rider.
later years, or was
Yeah,
it during
yeah.
the same year?
No, I mean, 2099 lasted for about 3 or 4 years.
But I mean, was it because I know that they went back to 2099 like later, didn't
Yeah,
they? Like in the
yeah, they
in the
did,
post
but
millennium.
yeah, but I don't. I mean, I remember those existing, but I couldn't tell you what happened in any of them.
All right. So Dave was correcting me, and I appreciate the corrections, Dave. And it's always embarrassing, you know. And I'm like, oh, I'm sitting here on my video, and one of the things when I do a video, one of my philosophies of making a video is always talk like an expert, like talk like you know what you're saying, which is good because it makes you sound more like you're someone you should be listening to. I believe my theory. You know, when someone gets on and makes a video and they're like, I think this and I don't know, and they talk all hesitant, it's like, why am I listening to you? Um, but the problem with projecting that confidence is that when you're wrong, you look like a moron.
Well, yeah, that was more of like a lie of omission.
A lie of omission. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I like that.
yeah.
Hey, you're spinning for me instead of against me. This is a new change. I like this.
I, I always have your back.
Right on. See, ever since I started talking nice about Milky Ways, you've been talking nice about me.
Now you're getting the picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Um,
send you some.
I know I'm out. uh,
uh,
but
see.
so we were talking comics here, shifting gears here for a second as I showed this little annual again.
Oh yeah.
For everybody that accepts Doctor Octopus as the superior Spider-Man, the plot of this book was Doctor Octopus plotting to kill 5 million people and attempting to do so by poisoning the ink on every issue of a Daily Bugle that was going out. And Spider-Man had to stop him, and the Punisher tried to stop him. And this was actually the story that the Punisher, where the Punisher gets arrested, that lands him in jail, and he gets broken out during the Miller Daredevil run, because Miller did the art and plotting with Denny O'Neil on this book. But just think about that next time you think of Doc Ock the hero. 5 million people he tried to kill in this annual.
5 million people. I never thought of Doc Ock as a hero. Do people think of Doc Ock as a hero?
Well, the Superior Spider-Man. I mean, he's
I,
portrayed as the hero in that book, is he not?
I don't know. I've never read it.
I haven't either, and it's got a good writer. I mean, Chris Gage is a hell of a writer, but I mean, I guess he has to write what they tell him. But yeah, I think that's interesting. I said, I'd forgotten that until I read this. Yeah, I picked this up last week and read it today, and I forgot that the plot was him trying to poison 5 million people to death for no
Wow.
apparent reason. I mean, it was just I guess because it was Tuesday, and
It's Tuesday. That was before Taco Tuesday. That was
yes,
poison
let's kill
millions of
five
people
million
Tuesday.
people Tuesday. Absolutely. But if you get a
Uh,
chance to read this, though, it says a hell of a story.
is that what era is that from? 70s?
1981.
Oh, early 80s. Okay.
Yeah, the Spider-Man annuals were great at that time. The 79 annual was a two-part Doc Ock story that was in that, and the first annual of Peter Parker. Back when a book had to be out for more than a year to have an annual. Um, Back when the people at Marvel knew what that meant.
Or
But
or back when there had to actually be a book for an annual.
that too. It's, but,
I like how Marvel's doing this thing now where they're just making annuals for books that don't even exist.
well, yeah, why not? Um, and, but the 79 annual, John Byrne did the art on the Amazing Spider-Man, and it's as good as anything he's ever drawn. And then the next year was a Doctor Strange team up that, if I'm not mistaken, I think Frank Miller drew that as well.
Hmm.
And then you had this one, and then the 16th, the next year was the first appearance of Monica Rambeau. So that was, that was four straight really, really good ones.
Sweet. All right. Well, let's see the comments here. We get Tehillim saying, Joshua Williamson, is killing it in Batman versus Superman. Um, you don't read Batman versus Superman, I take it, do you, Mr. Breen?
I do not.
All right. Have you? But you do watch my videos from time to time. Have you gotten an
I
impression
was,
about the book based on what I've portrayed?
yeah, I mean, I was actually watching one of your videos when you got a hold of me to live stream, so I figured you were completely unavoidable tonight. Um,
Wow.
no, actually, I watched that one this morning. It actually sounds like a good, that like I said, in a vacuum, that seems like a hell of a book. But I said I just can't. I just have major issues with knowing that there are five different portrayals of Batman going on at the same time, and I can't seem to get past that. You can't get over that hump of just saying, well, yeah, we'll just read the one. Um, you know, although I'm probably missing out on, from what I understand, I'm missing out on a pretty good book.
I think it's pretty good. It's not the most amazing book I've ever read, but it's solid comics. And more to the point, what I'm enjoying about the book is that whenever you read comics, okay, let me preface this for anyone who may not be aware of my impressions of DC. I view DC as a company that's divided into two camps. There's the old school camp, which is sort of what I call the Jeff Johns and Scott Snyder camp. These guys are trying to keep the old school DC alive, in a modern sense, but still traditional. And that camp features writers like James Tinian, which I've recently found out is pronounced James Tynan. It's still hard for me to say it right. Josh Williamson, I believe, is in that. Robert Venditti. Basically, all the best talent at DC is in that camp. And then there's the Dan Didio camp, which is the guy who is promoting King to do whatever he wants with Batman. He's the guy that's responsible for bringing Bendis over, who in turn was responsible for bringing over all his Portland goons like Matt Fraction, Fraction's wife, Kelly Sue DeConnick. Actually, she came first. We've got the G. Willow Wilson on Wonder Woman. You guys all know the usual suspects. And DC is kind of firmly in this camp. And I tell people, I'm like, look, if you avoid the Dan Didio camp at DC, you will get a pretty good experience. Now, unfortunately, Didio, being the publisher at DC, infects everything. But one thing that's great, going now that I've said this, going down back to like the Batman Superman, which is being written by Josh Williamson, is these guys, these writers in that camp understand continuity. And even if the editors don't seem to care, they seem to care. And so they're working. So Batman versus Superman picks up from the continuity from Snyder's Batman Who Laughs miniseries that recently wrapped up, which picked up from the Metal event previous to that. Even you reading the Justice League, and then you got Justice League Dark, and Snyder and Tynion are both working on those books, and those all work together. Justice League Odyssey is less so, but that's more because it's a cosmic book that takes place off in outer space, and there's not really much connection needed. But all these books, and then you got Flash being written by Josh Williamson, and you stick within these books, and it feels like there's continuity and things going on. You go over to the Didio side, and geez, the two Superman books don't even know what they're doing together. And then you got King. We've beaten that horse to death. But what I'm getting at now, though, is Tynan's taking over Batman in a couple months. So pretty soon we're going to have James Tynion on Batman, Tomasi on Detective, Josh Williamson doing Batman Superman. We got Brian Hill, who's not in anyone's camp. He's sort of one of those outlier writers doing Batman the Outsiders. What do you think, Eric? Does that sound promising to you? Encouraging? Is this something that maybe?
You talking about the two camps in general? I mean, I was
No, no,
actually
about like Batman, because you have a valid point of like,
no,
but
um
we're gonna start seeing like, I mean, because Batman's gonna be in Scott Snyder's camp. You got Tynan, you got Josh Williamson, you got well, I don't know who Tomasi's in, but
the Tomasi would definitely be more in the Snyder camp, no
I mean, he's
question.
definitely not in the Didio side, but he
No,
might be one of those outliers that's kind of just doing his
no,
thing.
I think that's going to be good in the short term. Now, I saw the I was watching Chase's video on Tynan talking about taking over Batman, and I was kind of a little encouraged and discouraged at the same time. I like when he said I want to basically shake him to his very foundation. Yeah, he didn't say he's going to deconstruct anymore, but it's like like this. He wants this epic that's going to be like I said, change it, shake him to his core or whatever. Everybody's doing that with this poor guy right now. I how about just have him just be Batman for a year.
Hmm.
Now that may end up being what he does, and I mean, like I said, I didn't have anything against his detective run. What I read of it, I mean, I was kind of catching up because I wasn't reading new comics at the time, and when I got back in, within a couple months, I was reading 20 DC titles again, and going back and trying to find back issues, and I did buy a lot of the detectives, and I read a decent amount of them. So I mean, I didn't particularly. I said I didn't have a problem with that. If he wants to make it more about Batman this time around, because I understand he said he wasn't confident enough to write just Batman, so he kind of made it the Bat Family to kind of mask that. And I can get that. I mean, I'm sure writing, that can be a daunting task to write Batman. Um, and I expect the book to be very good. I mean, I have no doubt that it will be. I hope it's not just that he is just there as a placeholder until Bendis decides he wants Batman, but I think we both know that's exactly what's going to happen. Um,
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a good reason to fear that. You guys in the audience, I'm reading some of the chat right now. I'm not reading it out loud, but I am seeing it. What do you guys think of the whole Batman changes and the things like we're talking about? I'm really encouraged because for the longest time, we had thinking he's holding up. Why are you holding up Justice League? We're talking about Batman.
I'm just holding up random books.
Random
This
book.
is back issue binge, baby.
This is Eric Breen's new channel, Random Books, with Eric Breen.
Do you recognize this from your video today, Ash?
I recognize a man called Nova.
Yeah,
I mean, I recognize
this is one
Nova.
of the what do they call those stupid things? The True Believers.
Oh,
Um,
I don't pay
because it's
attention to the True Believers.
but yeah, but it was on True Believers for whatever event they're shoving down our throats next month.
The all number ones.
Yeah, of course, they're all number ones. But
Well,
this actually is a number one, though. I mean, that was
you're distracting me. I'm trying to.
that's your fault. You invited me. Oh, I
I'm gonna
see how
shrink
it
you.
is.
I'm gonna shrink you down. We
I,
save that for later. You gotta ration those out. And overdo it.
I,
So
I got all kinds of boxes in front of me. I got all night.
yeah. Um, we had the bad era of Batman, and it's coming to an end. And I feel like it's this time to celebrate because fans kind of fought back and we rallied and we're like, we hate this, and it oftentimes it seems like we're screaming at a brick wall and no one's listening. But DC did put Tomasi on Detective Comics, and now they're putting James Tynan on Batman, and we got Brian Edward Hill on his Batman and Outsiders book, and we got Josh Williamson. I mean, this guy's been doing Flash for like 4 years. Solid book. Some people say it's like one of the best books at DC, and he just doesn't get credit because I think it's Flash. Like, Flash is a character that people just don't really care about unless you're a diehard Flash fan. Um, so, you just don't get that notoriety. And I'm like, he's doing a Batman book, and it's none of these guys are in the Didio camp, and this is, I think, a good time for us to be like, yay, we got what we wanted. And I'm just wondering, do people even care, or do we deserve maybe having Breen or King and Bendis? Sorry to throw your name in there.
So
King.
Wow, that probably
That
wasn't.
was that
I
was
see
a
how it is.
that was a slip. Apologize.
No problem, Bats.
Do we?
I mean, Ash.
Oh my goodness. All right, thanks guys for watching. No, do we celebrate? Is this reason, or do we deserve to have King and Bendis because no one really actually cares, and we just like to bitch when things are bad and not cheer when things are good?
No, you the problem with DC right now is it's so rotten at the top that it can't help but trickle its way down to the rest of the books in a lot of people's minds, and it's you can't blame people that are fed up with DC when the two major flagship characters are being grossly misused, and you've got friends of the people that are grossly mismanaging the flagship characters on other flagship characters, because now there is a Justice League and $1 billion movie. Aquaman is an A-list character for DC, but is he even prominent in his own book these days? Wonder Woman, I don't know what's going on in that book. I mean, I understand it's not bad, but I also understand there's nothing memorable about it either. Um, Green Lantern used to be a major character, and they cancel Morrison's run after 12 issues to relaunch into something else. And like I said, the only like main character they have that's been steady for the past couple of years is the Flash, and unfortunately, it's also the lowest selling, even with some of the people that are. I mean, it doesn't sell nearly as well as Bendis' Superman or Action, or King's Batman. So I don't know what that means per se, but it's and I also think that enough fans know that with we might have Tynan for 15 issues on Batman, but I think we're going to see Bendis take over Batman, and I'm guessing somebody like one of his cronies will get Detective, and Rucka and Fraction will split the Superman books, and he'll have total control of both the characters. And if that
Now, if you're
happens,
right, that will be terrible indeed, and I'll be right there screaming and getting the pitchforks.
now I'm not saying
But
get a head start, so don't support Batman because of what some fat crabby ass in Kentucky saying is going to happen in 15 issues. But I said that's kind of what it's kind of what I'm reading in the tea leaves, and that would be a shame, because you can only Marvel can poop on their fans year in, year out, 4 years in and years out, and then throw them one bone in the form of a couple X books, and everybody comes, rushing right back. DC has never had that luxury.
right,
And if what I think is going to happen does happen, I don't know that there is any recovering from that.
I definitely agree there. Marvel has the luxury of just abusing their fandom and just being like, "I'm sorry, baby. I only beat you because I love you." And then, okay, I think this come crawling right back. DC fans are a little bit more independent and self-assured, and they're like, "Oh, you screwed me once, I'm gone." Like,
Well, there's never been as many of them either.
well, not in the recent era. In the Silver Age, DC
Not
dominated.
not since 1972 when Marvel passed them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been almost 50 years since DC has been consistently ahead of Marvel.
Yeah.
And that's what
Yeah.
made last year so incredible was they closed the gap to within literally a point, and I think they actually did beat them a couple months. And then DiDio said, "That's too much responsibility. Let me bring in some of my friends and fix this now."
Yeah. So my thinking is this, like for me, I'm excited. I just want good comics. I'm not out there railing against the big two and complaining and doing these things because I just want to be a complainer and I thrive on the outrage culture, which seems to be prevalent today. I mean, there seems to be people out there they just love the fact that there's this outrage and they can do YouTube channels and they could just spin it indefinitely and be constantly pissed off. It's like they don't to me there are people out there that I feel like they don't want that to end. You know, that's sort of their bread and butter. But for me, I'm not like that. I'm not an outrage merchant. I just want good comics, and that's why my channel, I'll bitch and moan occasionally, and I'll do a review of a Bendis comic, and I'll you know go all rant mode on it. But it's because I care. It's not because, first of all, I'm not making any money. I'm not this super popular YouTube channel. It's not. I want
Not
things
yet.
to change. I want to love Superman again. I wish so bad for Tomasi to go back and finish his Superman run. Um, so I get excited when things get fixed, and then I really try to promote it, and I try to tell people, look, if you're like me, if you agree with that philosophy that I'm spouting right now, then you got to back it up. You gotta you gotta support this Tynan run because maybe in 15 issues the your your doom and gloom prediction will come true. Maybe it will. But my thought is, if it does, I think the best possible outcome in that scenario is to see, oh look, everyone hated the King run, and sales went doo, just dive bombed, and then Tynan got on it, and everyone jumped on board. Look what's happening with the House of X and Powers of X. People are flooding back into comic book. Well, okay, that's hyperbolic. Lots of people are coming back into stores, and these books are flying off the shelves. They're in like third and fourth printing in some of these issues. Each issue sells more than the one previous, which is something almost unheard of in comics today. Normally, it's like issue number 2 sells half of what issue number 1 did. Issue number 3 sells half of that, and then it sort of plateaus, or it just slowly dwindles off and dies, and then they have to cancel it, by before issue 12. That's the norm in modern comics. But House of X and Powers of X is just like climbing up and up and up. I want to see something similar with Tynan's Batman run. I would like to see people come in and go, "Oh yeah, Tynan's on Batman," and support it, and sales go right back up to what they were in the early days of King's Batman, which was good. Where Batman was selling about 100,000 units. If they could go back up to that number, and then they throw Bendis on the book, and then sales just go rocket, just, dive bomb straight, then the bean counters, that's something that can't be ignored, right? And that's something that AT&T is going to look at and just be like, what are you guys doing over there? You guys are purposely like, explain this. And when these people have to explain their decisions to shareholders and, like I said, the bean counters, it's one thing that when you can excuse creative decisions, you leave creative decisions to creative people, and that's the way it goes. But when you're going, okay, look, this guy was a success, and you pulled him off to put this guy who's a failure on the book. Why? You know, you have to be able to answer for that. And I think this is a problem that DiDio is having with Jeff Johns, because Jeff Johns is indisputable, unmitigated success at DC. And I think that there's a feud between the two. I don't think DiDio likes Jeff Johns being around, but he can't get rid of him because the guy's a rock star. Like, he makes DC. So he kind of just keeps him off on the side. Okay, you can have your little Doomsday Clock book and your Shazam book, and no one will care. But, and we as fans, the only thing we can do to try to combat this is to show these guys support. And I'm not telling anyone to buy a book. If you don't like James Tynan's book when it comes out, by all means, don't support it. But to not support a book because of maybe what'll happen in the future, we just get what we deserve, you know. And if we don't support books with our wallets, then we can't complain when DC just gives us a pile of shit because we didn't buy the good stuff. Do you have any agreement or disagreement with that?
Yeah, I was answering Frag in the chat.
Okay.
Trying to.
Alone.
I can't multitask like you. I'm just no. I do think another reason why I think that there's a real good chance that he is just a placeholder for Bendis was there were a couple people that he could have put on that book that could have been put on Batman that would guarantee more sales than King certainly is delivering now and could rival, if not surpass, what he was doing. And one of them is Scott Snyder. Another one is Jeff Johns, even though, as far as I know, he's never written a monthly Batman comic. But just his standing among fans. But Tynan is a guy that, to me, he's closer to and I'm not trying to say, in writing skill, but I put him more like in the Abnett, Venditti, Jurgens, good, really good, really good to great comic book writers, but their name on a book doesn't sell a single extra copy. Because like it or not, Bendis will sell more copies than anybody I just mentioned because people know the name, whether they hate buying it or buying it because they don't know any better or buying it because they're, young, like Jimmy or whatever reason. It just is. Now, if they, say they did say, hey, Scott, would you, hold this down until, Bendis wants to come over? I would hope Snyder would say, up yours. But if he did, or if it was John's, then yeah, that'd be tough for even Didio to, spin if, we took off a guy that was selling 100,000, then dropped down to 70, and the guy who replaced him with got it back to 100, and we took him off and put Bendis on, and now it's at 50. But if Tynan, I don't know if he can even match King's sales, unfortunately. But if he, if he doesn't, or if he just like treads water somewhere in like the detective comics range, kind of like what Tomasi's delivering, then it'll make it easier to go. See, we needed the boost, so we put Bendis on it, and then I don't think it'll matter because it won't sell any better because hell, our Bendis's books don't sell well now, do they?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean that's
They sell in the beginning. I'm sure
but
Justice
not
League,
even the first issue
not
of
Justice League, Legion of Heroes,
Legion
of Superheroes. I'm sure the first several issues of that will sell.
But I don't even think Man of Steel #1 got to 100,000, and I'm sure they were really disappointed with that.
Oh no, it didn't. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
for
No, he
all the
doesn't
hoopla.
sell. He doesn't sell like rock star status. But here's the thing: I can't exactly fault Man of Steel not reaching 100,000 units when Batman: Curse of the White Knight doesn't reach 100,000 units, and that's one of the best books. That book is so good. It's among it's in the same tier as any of the best books I've ever read in the history of comics. That top 10%. If I said, okay, all the books I've ever read in my lifetime, take the top 10%, it would be in there. It's a top 10, percent book.
I missed what you said because I was reading something in the chat. I might be. No, I'm not trying to be glib. No, I
Okay.
missed. Was,
I'm saying that Batman White Knight
okay.
currently is not selling 100,000 units. And that is one of the, it's what I call a top 10% book because it means that of all the books I've ever read in my history of reading comics, all the best, going to whatever you consider the best book in the world, whether it be Watchmen or Dark Knight Returns or something else, Batman the White Knight it's in that same conversation I don't think Batman White Knight's the best book ever written, but it's the elite. It's an elite book. That book should be selling over 100,000. If that book can't sell 100K, I can't point a finger at Bendis and be like, look at your book didn't even sell 100K either, because comic fans today aren't supporting good books. Um, do I need to repeat myself a second
No,
time?
no. If Frag's over there Frag's being a funny man.
Frag is a funny man.
Yeah, I was acknowledging it. He actually was able to see what I put up there, even though I'm, I kind of feel like, right now I'm like in the on the screen right now I'm like, Venditti, and Ash is like Bendis. It's like, Ash is coming in real big bold advertising, and I'm just a tiny little thing over in the corner. But
I'm real
Frag,
sorry, Eric. I'll make it up to you.
I'm not gonna. Now I can show it to the rest of the people that don't have Frag's evil eyes.
Oh,
Or
that looks like
eagle
an
eyes.
American. That looks like a national treasure.
It is. That's if that can't sell 100,000, what's what's left of the industry?
Yeah. Um, so that's kind of my point here. To kind of segue off that is just I don't. We almost as fans we deserve the comic industry we have. I think, or do you disagree?
I no, I know what you mean by that, but I can't 100% agree, because I said the industry. Yeah, I said it. I can't remember who it was that said it first. Said, or something that Richard says all the time is, if you don't respect, your work, why should we? And I'm not trying to diminish the people that work hard on the books that they do, and really want them to do well. But when the industry, again, like I said, when you've got Venditti doing one of the best books. Now, I mean, I've been reading comics nonstop for 45 freaking years. That Hawkman, those first 12 issues of Hawkman, that's in my 10%. Hell, that's in my 5%, if not higher. And, you had just as recent as a year and a half ago. Think how good the two Superman books were. Hell, King's Batman was great until, the upper 40s. I mean, they were doing a lot of really good stuff. And all that's gone now. So, you know, it's, if fans look at that and go, well, you're not respecting, the characters, so why should we? And I understand, support the good stuff and send a message to the ones that are, that aren't, but, it's also, you know, it should be up to the, companies that we support to give the fans what they want. And it seems like, I never thought I would say this again, but, Marvel actually does seem to be doing a slightly better job of giving their fans what they want than DC. It's almost like the Dio is publishing stuff to spite fans by continuing to let, you know Bendis just bring in more people, get more power, take over more of the universe. And I said, so if fans look at that and say, I'm out, I can't blame them. And just like, I don't want that, because I said I want this industry to thrive. You know, the guy that owns my LCS has been my friend for 40 years. I want him to have something to leave to his family who all works for him. I want that business to still be around. I want comics to still exist, because, if there are no more new comics, they may decide to stop publishing, omnibuses and trades and things that I like. So, it's definitely in all of our best interests that the industry continues to survive, if not thrive. I'd prefer that it thrived, but it seems like the Dio just doesn't seem to want that. And I don't understand. I don't understand how he, or the yes man that stands next to him and does absolutely nothing, still have jobs. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean, you make a good point, and I definitely agree with you on Dan DiDio. My thought on him, or my theory, is that he's just a stubborn old bastard who insists that people really do like his, like that his he I think he really truly believes his way is better, and that it's just a matter of convincing everyone that they're just not getting it, and he just needs to try more and more. He just needs more time for people to realize, and it's just like he was on the New 52, and I think from my understanding, what people have educated me since coming back to the hobby, and I was never a big DC guy, but having Jeff Johns kind of come in and clean up Didio's mess and do the rebirth. From my understanding, that sort of caused this wedge that people suspect is there behind the scenes, because it's like 52 was in a nosedive, and then Jeff Johns came back, and people were like coming to DC like they are with House of X and Powers of X. That's what it was like. It was actually bigger. This resurgence that we're having with Marvel right now is not bigger than I think the resurgence that DC felt when Jeff Johns was doing Rebirth. And it's funny, I did a video like a week or two ago, and I posted some shots of some statistics. Do you remember in 2016 when DC Comics had a bigger market share than Marvel?
Yes.
Like I didn't know. I wasn't
They
back into comics.
They closed the gap and actually got him a couple months.
They were bigger than Marvel. Now, this is important because people go, "Oh, okay, DC makes half as many books as Marvel." So when DC is actually equal in market share to Marvel, that means they're selling twice as much. If you do like the math, like if you're making 50 books a month and your competitor's doing 100 books a month, but you have equal market share, you're doing astoundingly better. But DC actually had higher market share. It was like they were at 31%, and I think Marvel was down to like 26% at one point, which is what DC is like now.
DC was not. I mean, the gap between books published wasn't as stark then as it is now, because DC was, publishing. They said 52, but they actually were doing, I believe, a few more than that. And I don't think, I don't know how much Marvel was flooding the shelves at the time, but yeah, Marvel definitely has, and still does have their share of books that just don't sell a lick.
Oh, for
get
sure.
Propped up for reasons we all know.
For sure. But if you look at the top 10 sales, even until just recently, before before House of X, Powers of X, DC used to dominate the top 10. Because
and it hasn't been that long since, Marvel just in the past, well, basically in the time that it's taken Bendis to settle in and take over half of the company, that Marvel has stretched the lead back out. Which, to your point, I said, because even as recent as 4 or 5 months ago, they would do way more. DC would do much better in the top 10. Like when Englentine would do his weekly, top 10 lists, DC almost always dominated at least the top 5. And now they're not even doing that.
Yeah. Well, because this is the Dio effect.
Sure.
This is what happened in New 52. New 52 started off pretty successful, and then readers got sick of these changes, and you can only push a loyal fan's tolerance so far. When I got actively out of comics, when I got out of actively collecting comics back in the 90s, it was shortly after the Image era had taken hold, and Marvel was starting to really feel the effects of losing all their big talent guys. And being a big X-Men guy, seeing Scott Lobdell tried. He did a valiant effort to try to keep X-Men going. I really did like John Byrne's Uncanny X-Men. That was good. But then, Marvel could never keep John Byrne around because they're Marvel, and John Byrne doesn't take shit from anybody, so he's
When you're talking about the run from the late 70s, early 80s? You're talking about the hidden years that he did.
No. John Byrne took over Uncanny X-Men when Chris Claremont left in the 90s. Issue
Um,
283, I think it was. When Jim Lee got his own X-Men book, Chris Claremont went over to the new X-Men book with Jim Lee, and they co-wrote the first 3 issues, and then Chris Claremont retired, and Jim Lee took over. The Uncanny X-Men was being illustrated by Will Spartasio and written by John Byrne.
was it really?
Yeah.
I did not. How long did he last on there?
Like a year.
Really? I completely went down the memory hole.
Yeah. Yeah. But I really liked that. I was like, oh, here's John Byrne. If anyone can take over for Chris Claremont, it's John Byrne. And Will Spartasio was bringing some good ideas to the table from his X Factor run that just sort of kind of carried over into the Uncanny. And it was a good time. And then John Byrne left. Eventually, Scott Lobdell left. And it was just like Marvel. I don't know if they gave up on X-Men. More like they just thought they kind of abandoned this idea of fostering. Like they used to just baby X-Men. Whatever X-Men needed, they gave. Just don't let this title fail, right? Just you need a good artist, no problem. We'll get you whoever you need. We'll make it happen. To sort of like, it's X-Men. Let's just run it on autopilot. It'll always be a success. And no, the reason why it was such a good book is because it was a good book. And I just kind of got tired of it and I fell to the wayside and I was like, I'm just, my tolerance level eventually reached, a point where I was like, I'm done. You can't, I can only go so far. And I think that's what DC's facing. So I think Didio learned this in the New 52. Jeff Johns fixed it. I think there was some resentment, right? Because it's like, oh man, everyone loves that Jeff Johns. Jeff Johns proved it kind of like rubbed in Didio's face. Like, dude, you screwed up. And I came in with one stroke of a pen, one issue of DC Rebirth #1, and all of a sudden the fans are back. It's like Hickman. Hickman's doing that at Marvel right now. He's just basically coming in and being like, look, you idiots, this is how you write comics. And the fans are coming back, and it's just rubbing their noses in it. Everyone at Marvel right now that's not named Donnie Cates, I think, is getting their faces rubbed. It's like, see what happens when you do good comics? The fans love it. And, these guys, they cling to their beliefs, and they don't, if they would just admit it, if they would just be like, you know what? You're right. We're sorry. We just want to do good comics. We thought we were doing the right thing. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm gonna listen to you guys from now on, and we're gonna try to do good comics. I think fans would be forgiving. But I think the reason why fans aren't forgiving is because they just keep doubling down and doubling down. And fans go, no, we hate what's going on with Batman. And then like, oh, you hate it? Well, we're going to get on Twitter and rub your nose in it. And we're going to, and you're just like, no, stop doing this. And like, oh, you hate, watch what happens in the next Bat issue. And you're just like, oh.
Or taking the Flash of an entire generation and turning him into a murderer.
Yeah.
I mean, things like that.
Yeah. That's
so that's not what fans want, right? They don't want characters they loved for 20 years to just be completely discarded by a guy having a midlife crisis and putting it in his work.
right.
Okay. I get confused sometimes. I'm old.
We're going to get to that in a sec. I want to address some of the chats that have been going on. I haven't been ignoring anyone, but I just haven't been talking about them. Let's see. Let me actually use this cool tool that you have here. Brihan says, or Brihan? I don't know how to say that.
Brian?
I saw the Walmart comics, but old reprints don't do a ton for me other than the True Believers from Marvel, which is pretty solid. That's a fair assessment. I think but to this point, the old reprints weren't for old fans like us. The idea and the reason why those were in Walmart to begin with is to try to get people who aren't old fans, you know, to to get them and say, look at here these cool stories that you missed. So I'm more than okay with that. And you know, to be fair, if you like True Believers, that's essentially what those Walmart comics were. You get 100 pages for $5. That's 5 comics worth of content. Plus one of 16 of those pages was a new story. I think the Walmart True Believers books were a fantastic idea. I still to this day I can't believe people ridicule it.
Well, you mean the 100-page spectaculars at Walmart?
Yeah. Whatever they're called.
Well,
Let's
that was a really neat format in the '70s, And like I said, I do like the DC the way they made the covers to resemble what they looked like in the '70s. I thought that was a really neat touch, and they did a pretty good job of pulling that off. Um, and I know they didn't they keep the reprints to like the last several years. So I mean they didn't go too far back in the past with any of the reprints in those books, right? I mean there weren't going to be any stories from the '70s or '80s in there. I mean it was all
I
like
don't
stuff from
know. I didn't
2000s.
read any of them, but
If
I
anybody
know
in the chat knows, if you want to type that in, that'd be great. Because I mean I honestly don't know.
my understanding the people that read the books though said that they were curated really well. Like they didn't just pull random stuff, like they found stories that were really good to appeal to new fans and try to bring, and that the stuff in there was quality content, which, it's one of the things that makes the True Believers line so successful is it's not just the random trash from Marvel. It's the stuff that, was great and, people loved. The one thing I don't like about the True Believers is that it's just sort of a real small slice of a pie. And then you're like, oh, this is a really neat issue that was like, a 6-issue arc of story or something. And I get this one little snippet of it. And then it's not easy to necessarily figure out where to get that story because oftentimes they'll change the name of the cover of the book. So, it'll be like, for example, when they did that Miss Marvel month, they did like X-Men 164, I forget, with binary on the cover.
Yeah,
but the title of the book was like Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel, and you're like, okay, yes, she eventually becomes Captain Marvel, but that's an X-Men book.
Well, but hopefully, and again, I've never looked because I don't have any reason to because I've got all the stories already. But reprints used to you'd open it up and it'd say originally published in. I hope they at least still do that so people know where those came from, in case you want to find what came before or after it. Because I mean that if Marvel and DC doesn't even do that, now when they do the True Believer covers, do they at least put the old issue number in the box, or do they put number 1 because they can't help themselves?
They put number 1 because they can't help themselves.
Got to be kidding me.
If you want the original number, then you have to buy the $5 facsimile edition.
Oh, good Lord. So they can...
And that's what kills me too, is these facsimile editions. It's like you're making a True Believers line where you're selling these books for $1, and then you have the facsimiles, which are $4.99. You're just basically advertising we are ripping you off, and we're unapologetic about it.
Yikes! That is horrible. I guess I should pay more attention to some of this stuff when I go into the LCS.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is terrible.
Ed Brewer says, I went to the grocery store in the day and I could pick from 30 titles, easy to find in the magazine section. That is when I started. When I started actively collecting comics, I was about 13 years old. It was in the mid 80s, and I went into the grocery store, and X-Men issues 210 and 211 were on the shelf amidst other comics. But at the time, I was only interested in X-Men. So I picked up 211 is what caught my eye. The famous issue of the X-Men standing in a really cool, menacing kind of pose and says, "Go ahead, mess with us, make our day." And and back then, Dirty Harry was a big deal, so that line was just all sorts of cool. And then I noticed, oh, the issue right before it was still on the shelf, so I picked up both of those. And I was with my grandparents, and they let me buy the comics. And I was with them on summer vacation. And when I got home, I decided, oh, I'm collecting comics. And there was a comic book store about a mile away from me, and I could ride my bike to. And I spent my allowance on X-Men comics. And then I would go to the store all the time, and the store owner realized I was into it, and he offered me a job to help him stock books, and he would pay me in comics. And that's how I funded my collecting from there. But before then, yeah, it was just you came in on the shelf. Sadly, that can't happen today because there is no what's the market called? The newsstand market.
Yeah, and like I said there's no money in you know most stores if they had a choice would do away with 9/10 of the magazines they're carrying now. And it's the same reason why if you go every time you'd go into Best Buy for a number of years, the CD and DVD sections kept shrinking to where now they're basically one row for the two because
Yeah,
there's just there's not enough money in it to devote the shelf space anymore. That's why if you want to that's why there's still some indie record stores left out there and comic shops, but they the only place left is online and specialty stores. But yeah, I said as cool as it would be to get them back into grocery stores, it's never going to happen. Yeah,
yeah.
and
So
the newsstands themselves are dead anyway. So there's
the one thing, like people, I wanted to just touch on this real quick because I hear a lot of times people need, making comments of things like comics need to be returnable again, and we need to see them in grocery stores again, and all this stuff. And while I 100% agree with the sentiment, there's some factors involved that prevent that. That's not necessarily the fault of comic companies. And this is why I champion those 100-page issues so much and what DC was doing with Walmart. I mean, DC had to go directly to Walmart and make a special arrangement and deal with them to get these books because the newsstand market just doesn't exist. There isn't a physical distribution system for Marvel and DC or any other company to get their books put on store shelves like that. There's only the direct market. And inside the direct market, there is only Diamond. And so there's a monopoly within the direct market itself. So in order to sell comics, you have to go through this direct market. And the reason we have a direct market is because as the newsstand was dying in the 70s, as for comics, that is, not for periodicals, as it was slowly dying off, and then the 80s really going, comic book shops started picking up where the collectability of comics started growing in back issues. The problem was originally these comic book shops would have to buy on the newsstand, and the newsstand has really, really low profit margins, really low. But to make up for these low profit margins, you could return the books. So if you bought 50 copies of Superman and you only sold 30, you could send back the 20 that you didn't sell and get a refund, which made up. So even though you made small profit margins, you didn't lose money. You didn't take any risk. The direct market came up with this concept of giving a lot more margin to the retail shop. In exchange, you couldn't return anything. Well, comic book shops being much more attentive to their sales, 7-Eleven, they don't pay attention to their comic books. Like if they sold 10 Spider-Mans every month, that was their order, just 10. They just didn't care, so it had to be consistent. But comic book shops, they paid attention to all their sales. They were careful about their ordering. So they were like, yeah, we'll be more than happy. Just give us more, for each sale so we can survive. And so the direct market started thriving. As the direct market started thriving, it perpetuated the downfall even more of the newsstand. If you were a comic book collector back in those days and you had a comic book store, as cool as spinner racks were, I was buying my X-Men from the comic book store where my comic was in pristine condition. I could get it in a bag and a bag and board. If it was on the spinner rack, a lot of times those comics were damaged. They just weren't as appealing for collectors. So I stopped buying news. A lot of people did, and that just drove it down. When the when the newsstand market went away completely, now it's gone, and so there's no option for Marvel or DC to say, "Hey, let's just get our books out there," because there's no distribution method to get them out there. So, anyways, I'll cut that off now short because I just want people to realize that it's not as simple as just saying, "Let's do it." There would have to be some sort of major resurgence of periodicals and some distribution company that was really trying to make waves and get that to happen. And I think with our society right now, periodicals are kind of a dead medium. So I don't know how it gets done.
It doesn't. That's yes, because that yeah, you're exactly right in what you said. Um, as far as the Walmart, the DC books in the Walmart, my only gripe with that was the idea of that was to get people into places other than comic book shops to get exposed to comic books. Those books should have been made available to comic book shops at the same time because they were trying to grow an audience and get people that would never come into a comic book store otherwise because they may not know about them or whatever to stumble onto them at a Walmart. But it wasn't fair for comic book collectors, the loyalists, the ones that have been supporting DC all those years, to have to go into a Walmart, hope they had them, and then hope there was still some there, knowing that if they couldn't, if they went to, ask someone at Walmart for help with that, there was about a 99% chance that person was going to just look at them and say, huh? So it kind of, it's kind of unfair to, the comic book fans, the fans that have been there the whole time. It's sort of like how DirecTV entices new customers by giving you every deal in the world, but then they just keep raising the prices on the ones that have been there for years. It kind of reminded me, a little bit like that. And that was my only gripe with it. I mean, it's a good idea. It just should have been made available to the shops at the same time.
Well, to speak on that, part of the arrangement to get into Walmart was that exclusivity, right?
No, I understand that, but again, it and that was because I said, Walmart. That's the thing with Walmart. They they're real good at driving every bit of competition out before they'll take on a product. I mean they're I don't know quite how to put it. They're kind of dickish like that, but the end. I said, and I understand DC. It's like when Marvel did the Marvel Masterworks in paperback, and they signed a deal with Barnes and Noble to sell them at half price there, but you could go and buy the same thing for $12.99 or $12.49 at Barnes and Noble. That would cost you $25 in the comic book shops. Guess what? The comic book shops couldn't afford to carry them anymore. And then when that deal ended, Barnes and Noble couldn't care less again, and the comic book shops were left to pick up the pieces. And and they had to try to recover that audience. And I said it seems like the people that do the most work to keep the industry going are always the ones that get short shrifted. And
Well,
I
I,
understand
I
the
agree
business
with
parts of
you.
it.
I agree with you on that point to an extent. I don't think the industry owes everything to comic book shops. I do think they owe something to comic book shops, and if I were in charge of Marvel or DC, I would be doing my damnedest to try to do things to help the LCSs. Giving them exclusives, which they already have. I mean, comics aren't exclusive to comic book shops. Um, but I don't think comic shops need to be entitled to everything being through them. We are a capitalist society. DC and Marvel need to make money, and I think it was a fantastic idea. This whole Walmart deal, in every single way, shape, and form. I understand there's some things criticizing, like, oh, I can never find the books and da da da. That's a Walmart problem.
Okay, but all right, but to that point, if the comic book fans that couldn't get them in the stores and knew they were at Walmart rushed to Walmart and got all the copies, then it's defeated the purpose anyway, because you haven't gained anything because the kids you were hoping would discover them didn't get them because comic book customers had already come in and taken them all. And then
Yeah,
and then you got to wait for Jim Lee to come put them back on the shelves.
yeah,
So
that's a
there,
funny video.
the defense rests.
But just because there are problems with an idea doesn't make the idea itself a bad idea, right?
No,
It was the
I
first
agree.
time anyone had even. Here's the thing: Marvel never even tried. You see what I'm saying? Like, and this frustrates me with the criticism. We see so much criticism from fandom towards DC, and it's like at least DC's trying to do something. Sure, their first effort was had some mistakes, but they learn from it. And if they keep building, I'm appreciating that they're trying to build their business out into mainstream. And instead of just hating on it and just being a curmudgeon, what good does that do? I didn't go to any single Walmarts. I didn't go try to buy any of these books. I just sat back and I was like, you know what? I hope some kid gets this in the aisle, says, "Hey mom, can I get this book?" And they're like, "Oh, it's fine. Okay, sure." And that kid grows up to be a Cump fan. I hope that that's the case. I don't know.
Well, you know why Marvel didn't do it.
Because Marvel hates you.
No, no, but Marvel does not like Walmart. They do not like Targets and places like that because of you kind of associate Walmart. Well, okay, Walmart sold something in particular that kind of gets more from Republicans and
Oh, well, here's the thing. This whole stunt from DC did cause Marvel to do an agreement with Walmart. Marvel just did it in a really cheap fashion where they bundled three Marvel comics together, and basically all those overships that Marvel
yeah.
can't sell, they bundled them together in a little 3-issue pack and sell them exclusively at Walmart with new covers that they slapped on and reprinted these books. It was pretty controversial, but no one ever holds Marvel to task. So
Well, I didn't even know about that till right
right,
now.
well,
I mean,
right,
that's
because
how low key it was, but
no
um,
one no one holds Marvel to task, and you sure as hell the access media that's in comic books, God forbid they ever critique Marvel for
oh no,
anything.
we think about that. I mean, the show media has never been more in love with Marvel than they have been since Sana Amanat took over. I mean, they love that whole lifestyle brand nonsense.
Well, right, well, because they don't read comics, so and
No,
it's anyways. Tehillim says DC Comics needs to stop putting hardcover trades first and stop having people wait close to a year for it to come out in trade paperback. What do you think about that, Eric?
um, are you talking about the stories that have just recently, like recently been told, and then that the modern practice of almost immediately putting them in trades? Is that what you're saying, Taylor?
That's what I'm assuming he's talking about. And
Um,
he's talking about going to hardcover first and then the soft cover coming out after.
yeah, I would probably do that in reverse, honestly. Because for one thing, you've already had the chance to get the books individually, so if you're counting on people, maybe that can't wait any longer, and you're paying a little more for hardcover. I don't know how much more that's going to be, and obviously since it is noticeably more expensive, yeah. If I were going to, I would probably do that in reverse because to me the hardcover should be for someone who has already you know either already bought the books and want another way to to consume the story, or just to have something that might look good on a shelf. But if you're just wanting if you're the kind just wait for the story to come out, you should have the paperback option first. If you're not buying the individual issues as they come out, and I might have just made absolutely no sense, but yes, I would go paperback first.
All right. Um, I would do the opposite. I would do hardcover first, and I'd make people wait. I think one of the problems that the industry's having is they're trying to be like the movie industry and be like, oh, it's gonna have it on DVD in 2 months. Well, the movie industry makes billions and billions of dollars, and they're really successful. And if comic industry was super successful, maybe they could do the same thing. But this idea of releasing your trades right away, all you're doing is encouraging people to not buy the floppies even more. Um,
Well,
so
I didn't say anything about being right on top of it. I said I would go the paperback first before the hardcover. I,
no,
I
no, I'm
agree
not.
with
I'm
you. I'm
not.
not a big fan of I don't think the trade should come out the week after the sixth issue comes out.
No, no. I'm addressing Tehillim's comment. He says stop having people wait close to a year for it to come out in trade. You didn't say this. Tehillim did.
No, and I agree with you on that part, by the way.
Okay. So that's my thoughts here. I do think people should have to wait. It sucks. I know it sucks having to wait. So buy the floppies.
Or at least like they
Like,
did with Hawkman. I mean, they did. There was a little bit of wait before that came out.
oh yeah, it's this the second volume still hasn't come out. It comes
Yeah.
out in December. To get issues 7 through 12, you got to wait till December.
But but in this, let me ask you a question, Ash, you wise and sage that you are. Do you think in 2019 that it's even the same audience anymore, or have we gotten to the point to where we have people that buy the individual issues and then another entire group of people that buy the trades, and that there's not as much crossover? I don't, I've never understood why you would buy both anyway, myself, but yeah, that's probably just me. But I mean, and if that's the case, you know, is it fair to make them wait up to a year, or would you pick like more of like say like somewhere in between, like they did with Hawkman, which was more of like what about 6 month wait?
Hawkman is like, oh, mm, yeah. Well, I don't know. It feels like a year.
Well, I mean, 1 through 6, the trade with 1 through 6 came out about time, right after like number 12, right? So that would be, like the last issue of the trade would have been about 6 months old.
Yeah, maybe six
Now,
months if you're
now
going
I
from
don't
the
have a
last
problem with
issue.
that because I mean,
It's 6 months from the last issue or
yeah,
12 months from the first issue.
yeah. I think that's fair.
The way I look at it is this: I see a lot less movies in the theater now that I can just wait 2 months and see it digitally.
You know,
Like,
that's
it-
yeah. Current year does have its pluses and its minuses, and it all depends on your perspective, I guess.
I get it. I get that it sucks to wait. I I, I totally get it. But it's supposed to suck. It's supposed to be a discouragement for waiting. You know, it's not supposed to be a discouragement from buying the original floppies, and they're already hurting enough as it is. Now there's other things you can fix this problem too. I mean, floppies cost too much, and there's other issues as well. So, but I understand. Like, I mean, half the comics I buy in trade. We were just, the last time you and I streamed, I bought several trades on Comixology. I paid, I bought 4 trades, and my total cost was $13. $13 for 4 trades. There you go, Spider Man. Um, I, it, I was buying trades for less than the price of a single issue comic. Um, but the reason I could do that is these were not, you know, recent books. I was buying like the Hickman Fantastic Four, collected edition, which by the way, that's like a $30 book that I bought for $2.99. So, um, yeah, if you're gonna do that, you gotta try to sell as much of the original product as you can. Ed Brewer says all paper products are a thing of the past, really. Um, which there's some truth to that, but I think it's going to be difficult to replace comics for 2 reasons. Number one is they're very hard to digest on a small screen. I really enjoy reading comics digitally because I have a 12-inch iPad. I don't think they even make 12-inch tablets anymore. Like the new iPad Pro, I think it's like 11 inches. I think that's the biggest one you can get. The smaller you get, the less enjoyable. But if you have a big screen, and even then, people don't necessarily want to even hold around a computer to read their comics. There's something about the tangibility of comics that people love. But second, there's a collectability factor. Digital comics are worth nothing, literally nothing. And I know some people don't care. There's some people that read comics today and they have zero concept of collecting or, value of comics or things like that. That's fine. I came into comics because I loved X-Men as a kid. I didn't understand, but once I got into comics and once I found my first comic book shop and I saw that comics could be collectible and become worth money, it became kind of like a value add proposition where I was like, "Ooh, I love these X-Men comics, and are you telling me that maybe one day these books that I love are going to be worth money too?" Yeah, that was like awesome. And so the idea of collecting and finding, issues that might be worth something became exciting. It added something to what I was already into. You can never get that with digital books. People who buy comics and collect them and like to store them and value them that way can never be replaced. And I think that's something that the industry needs to remember, because that is something that you can't take away from it. And it also is an anti-piracy agent, right? Because you can't pirate collectability. You can pirate the story, you know. What do you think about that, Eric? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I've never been a digital reader. I mean, what's the phrase? The tactile sensation of like holding a book. I mean, and I've always been a collector as well as a reader. So I mean, you know, the only time I think about, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to go digital as the books just start piling up. Like I said, I used to have three bedrooms that were just flooded with comics. But given a choice, I'd rather have the book itself, or the trade. I mean, just to have like I said, the book, and probably some of that has to do with my age. And yeah, I mean, I said because those options didn't exist for the first several decades that I read. So I don't know. I mean, I see the value of digital, you know, as far as like as a way to consume them. But yeah, I said I don't know if that's something I would ever get very heavily into myself.
Right. Yeah. So you're kind of echoing some of the same sentiments I said. Michael McClellan says maybe if Marvel didn't cancel and reboot their series so often, they would have better sales and actually grow an audience. Amen. Um, Melissa Harris came into the channel and says, hello, hello back to you. Sorry if I'm not getting to everyone. Oh, Comic Artist Pro Secrets is in the channel at 10:57. How long? Oh, it's been like 10 minutes almost. How's it going, Ethan? Good to see you in my channel. Um, let's see. I probably missed him. Sitting here, I'm so backlogged in the chat. What else? Ed Brewer says Bronze Age is my favorite, CCA and all. I didn't have a problem with the CCA, Comics Code
Comics
Authority. What
Code
about you?
Authority to you youngsters in the chat.
What about you, Eric? Did you have any issues with the Comics Code Authority?
Um, no, but well, for one thing, I mean, it had already lost some of its teeth by the time I started. And when you go back and read the books where the authority you know uh, had total control of the industry, it's sort of like if you go back and watch movies from the 30s, from like when the Hayes Code was created in 34 to where it's like the late 50s into the early 60s before it started losing all of its power. There's still plenty of great movies because the people just had to, the people that made them just had to work a little harder because there was so many restrictions. Same thing with comics. I mean, it forced creators to be a little more clever with what they how they tried to sneak things past the code. And if you were just telling a straight up adventure story, you didn't have any problems. I mean, now you couldn't really kill anybody, on camera, so to speak, during those days. I mean, you could have Galactus eat a planet, but it was more of a, the the violence you were allowed to show, like in the Western comics, they couldn't show any blood. I mean, you could shoot somebody, but it was kind of like they were in the old movies where you didn't see any blood. But the, it's just something you got used to when you read the older stories. It's just something you come to expect. And then when when they loosened it up, in like the early '70s, when DC did the when DC and Marvel both did the anti-drug stories, and then they the code allowed them to bring the monsters back, which opened the floodgates for all the Werewolf by Night, Tomb of Dracula, et cetera, et cetera. They were actually allowed to start portraying more actual violence and whatnot. But no, I said it's it's long gone now, and it to me it just kind of gives the old comics kind of like a quaint feel.
Yeah. Um, Hendrix says, for me, I'm always going to get paper as long as it exists. It's tangible and you can read it anywhere that there's light and you don't need Wi-Fi. I'm absolutely in no way trying to discourage anyone from paper. Comics to me will always be, paper, but there is some advantages to digital. They don't necessarily replace anything, but again, it's like I said before, it's like a value add. For me, Comixology has been a boon because it allows me to go back and read a lot of these older books that I don't necessarily want to buy for collectability. I'm not looking, but I want to read them for the stories, right? Ethan was in the channel. I'm not sure if he's still here, but his books that he did with Jeff Johns, like the Green Lantern Rebirth and stuff like that. I'm not looking to go buy the actual books that would cost me some money because there's collectability in them, but I do want to read those stories. So I can go and I can buy the book. Now I can go buy the physical trade, which might cost me like what, $25. And my problem there is I have bookshelves full of trades. So now I'm like, I don't want to amass that. But Comixology has a sale on it, and it's like $5. Now all of a sudden that puts it more in my affordability range, because maybe before I just wasn't going to read it at all because I didn't want to spend the money or I didn't have the room. Or now if I do have the money or what, it adds to that. And he talks about needing Wi-Fi. You don't actually need Wi-Fi. Obviously you needed to download the book originally, but I keep, tons of books on my iPad. One of the great advantages, honestly, is you can't cart, or you could, but it's not feasible. You're going to cart around a small box of comics everywhere you go. But I take my iPad most places I go, and if I'm sitting around waiting or something, I can sit and open it up and I can read a comic. It's right there. I have hundreds of comics at my fingertips. And I just download the ones that I haven't read, and it's just waiting for me. I don't need Wi-Fi. So there's some advantages, and that's how I do it. I buy the new comics every week. If you guys watch my channel, you see I do a video called Ash Wednesdays, where I show every book that I bought this week, tell you why I bought it. I show my receipts, right, Eric? Always show your receipts.
Always show your receipts.
Always show your receipts. And then, but I also get the old issues, and I don't have to, because unfortunately I'm not as wealthy as Eric Breen to have 3 bedrooms full of comic boxes.
Not anymore.
Actually, I mean, just to be the space. And most people don't have that. And to be honest, I don't want that, even if I had the space. So I want to pare down my collection to have the best of the best stuff in pulp, and then I can have this great digital add-on to that. Maverick asks, is digital worth it? I think it's worth it on the way that I said. I just, on the last stream I did with Eric, I did live on air. I purchased 4 books, based on recommendations from Eric and other people in the chat. I picked up, what was it, Fantastic Four, the Hickman run of Fantastic Four. I picked up the Ed Brubaker run of, geez, help my memory out, Eric. The Ed Brubaker Winter Soldier.
Yes, I was hoping you would forget that one. 'Cause that's the only one I remembered.
And in this, yeah, I'll just, you know what? I got technology right here at my fingertips, and I don't even use it. Screen share.
The Marvels Project. Did you mention that? Old Man Wolverine.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Um, so yeah, so I picked up this Captain America Winter Soldier, which is the Ultimate Collection. I got the Fantastic Four complete collection of Jonathan Hickman, Marvel's Project, which is Ed Brubaker's and Steve Epting, and then Old Man Logan, the original Old Man Logan by Mark Miller and Steve McNiven. And all of this total cost me $13 for all four of this. And two of these are like the Jumbo Deluxe, which are like 2 or 3 trades worth of material. I think this Fantastic Four is like the first 3 trades of Hickman's run. And the Ed Brubaker, I think, might be the first 2 trades.
Before you say, yeah, Brian, I know I'm blocked. I don't have to look.
From what?
Al Ewing.
Oh, yeah, I'm blocked from Al Ewing as well. So that's just something to consider as far as digital goes. I would never recommend it for just like normal comics buying. And don't do it for collecting. Ed Brewer says, no collector will go digital. It's not for collecting. This is for reading. If you want stuff to read and you don't want to have to put out that big investment, some of us have limits to their budget, and this allows you to extend and get more reading for your money.
And honestly, if you're buying trades digitally, it's not like the hard copies have any collectability anyway. So I mean, if that way works better for you, you'd be kind of foolish not to go that route as opposed to paying, the full price, for something. I mean, yeah, it might be a little different like if you pick them up like at Ollie's or a half price books or whatnot. But like I said, it's not like you're not going to get a whole lot of money if you go to sell your trade collection. So yeah, I said for me, it's always just been I'm so used to reading the actual book, and I'm one of those idiots that just likes to look at the shelves and go, man, that's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. But then eventually your shelf gets full. You're like,
I'm aware.
right. So Drunken Deity says, Ash, do you ever hit up eBay for comics? And the answer is yes, occasionally. I'm not a huge back issue buyer these days. I was in my early days of when I got into comics. But now it's like a lot of the back issues I want are during the time that I had comics. Eric Breen obviously is a massive back issue guy. But let me tell you something about eBay. If you are looking to buy comics, the one thing I found out about eBay is it's great for buying an entire run. It's not really good for buying like a single issue, other than the fact that pretty much any comic under the sun that you want is there. Unlike going to a comic book store, it's like, oh, I'm looking for this issue. You're limited to their back issue selection. eBay is like every comic ever made is available. It's just how much do you want to spend? But the value from eBay that I found is buying runs. Like for an example, I bought almost the entire run of Super Sons. I bought the first 10 issues of the original Super Sons run because I had already had like the later issues. So I got issues 1 through 10 for like less. I think it came out was like 12, $13 total. So that was great. I mean, if I had bought those on the shelf at the time or just individually off eBay, that would cost me a fortune. Off the shelf, that'd have been $3 or $4 an issue. If I bought them at my comic book store back issue bin, they'd be same thing. Probably, I think they're like $4 an issue, and my comic book store doesn't even have the whole run. So this was a really good value. Those type of purchases, I really recommend eBay for. What about you, Eric? Do you ever buy anything off eBay?
I actually have. I've picked up a couple individual issues. I remember picking up a Super Team Family issue 15. I think I paid $20 for it, and then I saw it for $1 in the store about 2 months later. But now I've used it for individual comics. I don't think I've ever bought any trades from eBay. Mainly because I've never been looking for one per se. But yeah, I mean, it's like you said, you can pretty much find anything. It's just how much you're willing to go on it. And because I mean, I picked up a couple of books that that some DC books from when I first started collecting in the mid '70s that are hard to find in shops now. I looked at like a 80-page World's Finest comic from '77 and Showcase 100, things like that. But not a whole lot. But I said anything I've looked for in that vein, I've been able to find. Somebody on eBay will have it.
Right. Um,
Yeah,
so Dave
Christy.
Asanowicz says back issue binge, and I just want to give a shout out to our friend Dave Asanowicz, which I'm still not even sure I'm pronouncing correctly, but he's got a fun little channel that he kind of does as a hobby. I think I'm not sure he's dived fully into the YouTube yet, but it's a really fun little channel where he'll find really obscure, weird back issues and then kind of go over them. He's got everything. He did a old Punisher issue. Then he did recently the one I just watched were these Star Trek issues that he did that were like way old, like from the 70s, I want to say. And then he did this other one on this independent book. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it makes me want to go find this book now that he did. But I really enjoy his channel. He goes through and like kind of reads the book to you, but it's like an old, really usually obscure book that you probably don't have in your collection. You probably weren't enticed to ever like go out and get, but it lets you experience it from his point of view, the way he enjoys the book, and I just like it. So I want to give a shout out to his channel. And Dave, you really need to do your comic pull lists on this channel too. I miss your comic pull lists. Do you ever watch his pull lists, Breen? Do you follow him on Twitter?
Oh, yeah, I can watch a year's worth of his in the time it takes to watch. Well, yes, I do.
Oh man, the digs never stop.
What?
They
Well,
never stop.
was I supposed to be nice for the whole stream?
Oh wow, he does. I love his pull list videos, and yes, they are infinitely shorter than mine. So if you have the patience of a gnat, I guess you're not going to watch my videos.
No. I like the back issue ones. Yeah, I'm a little partial to those because I'm more of a back issue guy than a current reader. But I said when I caught a couple of his, like the ones that he got that his brother left him. Oh, my memory's so bad now I can't remember the individual books, but yeah, we need to see more of those type videos as well. And I miss the theme. I miss the theme song, short and to the point.
Which theme song?
It was just like, welcome to
Oh,
the
that one.
back issue
Yeah. For the back
binge.
issue binge, I like when he does his pull list. He throws on some awesome, classic metal tunes like AC/DC or something, and you get to rock out to some cool tunes, and just his enthusiasm is really infectious, especially in a day like today where so many fans just everywhere you turn around, Twitter, YouTube, everyone's just like, screw the industry, it all sucks, blah, hate it. It's good to see fans enthused about things.
I
You
know.
can be critical, be mad at things. I'm not saying that, but if that's 100% of what you are, then you just lost the narrative. Like, why go find another hobby, build model trains or something. That's my opinion. Um, Hendrick says, "I like your videos, Ash. I listen to them while I'm cleaning the dishes." I take it takes you a long time to do dishes. I have to beat Eric to the punch.
No, I was gonna say, you have time to go out and buy the dishes, bring
Oh,
them home, take them
oh,
out, wipe them
oh,
down, wash them, eat off of them.
oh, man. Yes, my videos are a little bit longer.
Did you see my comment on the one from your Marvel previews today?
No, I haven't read the Marvel comments yet.
It says so. Don't get offended when I say welcome to Ash on and on and on and on comics.
Oh, man. So I appreciate that, buddy, that you watch my videos. And, when I started off, I was really trying to adhere to that 10-minute time frame. In the YouTube circles, it's like you don't want your videos to be shorter than 10 minutes. Apparently, it has something to do with the algorithm and, ad revenue and stuff. Not that I make any money, I don't have any ads, but um, so I was like, I'm going to do that 10 minutes. That was my sweet spot. And then 30 minutes was like my limit. So I was like, okay, 10 to 30 minutes, perfect sweet spot. And I just found it very difficult to stay sometimes within these time frames. I got a lot of criticism early on, people saying, "Oh, your video is too long." And I was like, "Oh, I was really taking it to heart, and it was kind of bumming me out." And then I started looking at my analytics pages, which YouTube provides you. If you do videos, you can see different measurements and statistics of viewers and what they, who watches your videos, where they come from, all this stuff. It's useful information. And so I was getting all bummed out, and I was really shortening my videos and just being really quick and succinct. And my viewership, like you have this like measurement, which is really the measure of how well you're doing on YouTube, is your average view length, how long someone stays watching your video. And I was at about 5 minutes was my average view length per video, and now I'm up to like 8.5 minutes, which, from my understanding, in my avenue or other comparing to other YouTubers, is pretty good. Um, Now I don't think I'm some stellar rock star YouTuber. I'm just some guy sharing the love of comics. But I do want people to like what they're hearing. I don't I don't want to be totally just bored and people tuning out. And I decided to just, just be me. Listen to feedback all times, but don't sacrifice what you are, what you want to do, because like I said, I'm not making any money. I'm not out there trying to build some brand and like I'm just trying to meet people on the internet, talk about my hobby that I love with you guys. And if I'm doing something that's not honest and sincere, then what's the whole point? So I just started doing this, and I figured, I'm making the videos that I want to hear from other people. And most of the stuff I listen to is longer form content, like podcast style. I'll sit there and listen to a 3-hour Joe Rogan video, and I know that I'm not Joe Rogan, but my point being is, so I design my videos to be listened to more than watched, so that you can do exactly what Hendrik said, and you're washing dishes, or you're on the drive to work or whatever. And, just give you something to listen to. And then hopefully after you're done, you got some feedback and maybe you can interact with me. And that's the point of the Discord channel that I set up, and also the chat. And that's how I met Eric, to be honest. I mean, now we're friends and we talk. I love talking to the guy, and now we're streaming because it helped me network.
So I'm gonna say something. Yeah, Christy here. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody else that I know that isn't already on YouTube is up this late to call me. Um, and for I guess Venkman's cashing in early tonight.
Venkman's cashing in. What? It's he's like got like 5 more hours before he goes to bed normally.
I know. What gives?
Christy, I didn't say hi to you yet, but thank you for joining the channel, and hello to you. Dr. Venkman, hello to you. there's a lot of names that I haven't said hi. Maverick, shout out, hey to you. Um, if I've missed people, Brian's a new name that I don't recognize, but hello to you, Drunken Deity, Ed Brewer. Thank you guys all for showing up and you know, being with us and chatting with us. I really appreciate it. If anyone has any, do you have a topic you want to talk about, Eric? What have you been?
I need a couple minutes. I'll be right back, and I'll try to think of one. Just
All
give me a
right.
couple seconds, and
Yeah, no
just
worries.
make fun of Venkman for a few minutes before he drops off.
Oh, yes. All right. So, Dave Asanowicz says, "Are you guys ever going to talk about bees?" um, I don't know anything about bees to really talk about them. Dave posted on my Discord server several days ago. He posted a video. Apparently, he had a beehive in his garage. Somehow, he had like these. You guys know what like the office boxes are, like filing boxes that you like put files in. They're just little cardboard box. It's a beehive. Bees like made a hive in one of these boxes, and he had to call I guess a bee person. I don't know. I don't even know who you would call. And he had it. This guy who he called to get the bees does his own YouTube channel that's all about getting bees. So he posted this video on it, and it was pretty fascinating. I was just kind of glued to it. And I think part of it was the fact that I knew that this was a person that I knew. I was like, oh, this is Dave's garage. Like, this isn't just some random guy. And watching how the extraction of the bees and how it was all done was pretty fascinating. Yeah, thanks, Dave. They're called beekeepers for you guys that are as stupid as I am. Apparently, the bee guy. Um, so yeah, that's about as much as I know how to talk. There you go. Ed Brewer's making fun of me there. A bee person. Not an A person, a B person. Um, Maverick says, what's your thoughts on the Joker hysteria? You know, honestly, I stay away these days from a lot of this nonsense. The hysteria, it's kind of the point now where like the narrative's getting lost. When there's hysteria about everything, it ceases to matter, right? Like literally everything has someone going hysterical. Here's a guy that raised $1.5 million for charity. Oh my God, he made a tweet 8 years ago. We got to cancel him. There's hysteria. It's like they're making a movie about the Joker. Oh my God, white incels. It's just everything. Oh my God, there's a new Star Wars movie coming out in December. At this point, it's so much noise that it's just you just tune it out. It's like a screaming baby. You're just like, okay, we'll just let it cry until it falls asleep. Like I don't pay attention anymore. I was never interested in the Joker movie personally because of I'm not interested in a Joker movie without Batman. I don't have necessarily a problem with it being made or other people being interested in it. That's just my personal thoughts. And, I realize that not every movie that comes out is tailor made for me. That's the way it's always been. I don't see why people need to freak out about movies that aren't for them, but we live in the participation trophy era. So, Ed Brewer makes a comment saying, if the mass media hates it, I must see it. And that's a good point. To be honest, I was never more interested in the movie until the mass media started trashing on it. And I was like, oh, maybe there's something to this then. Like, I mean, I still don't really like the concept, but it makes me feel like now it's a better movie, probably. Brian Butler says, when everything matters, nothing matters. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Breen is feeling stung by my comments. There we go. Fragminion attacking Breen when he's not here. Let's see. Does Paul Feige or Jordan Peele have a son with zero writing experience that Marvel can just hand a major character over to? Oh man. If Jordan Peele had a son, though, it wouldn't be white privilege. There'd be a problem there. Um, Hendrix says, I might not find the Joker movie distasteful. I won't see it, but I think it goes against American values to ban such things because it showcases graphic violence. Yeah, it's not. They're not pushing to ban it because it shows graphic violence. If anything, this progressive, ultra progressive crowd loves graphic violence. Um, it's pushing it because it goes against a feminist agenda, or at least they think it does. Um, it has everything to do with modern progressive identity politics. It has nothing to do with the merits of the film or the bad issue. Like, oh, it's too violent. Well, first of all, if it's too violent, there's a rating system for that, right? It's rated R. Don't go see it. You don't. Why? That has nothing to do with anything. Um, Fragment, it says, I could see the Joker movie, but most def ain't going opening weekend. Probably wait for home release. Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. I'm kind of curious about it. I'll catch it on Netflix or something. Like, it's one of those things where I'm kind of interested, but going to the movies these days, it's like $20 a person, you know? Because I don't like going to the movies and then skimping it. Some people that go buy a movie ticket and that's it. Like, if I'm going to go to the movies, I want to enjoy it. So a Coke and a popcorn is a big deal for me. Like, I have to have that. And if I'm not willing to have that, then I'll just stay at home, where I can have Coke and popcorn. So if I'm going to pay, like, well, depending on where you go, sometimes you pay up to $14 a ticket, and then, Coke and a popcorn is going to run you another, geez, you might even be paying $30 depending on what theater you go to. In California, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous expensive. So especially when the Joker movie will be out probably by February or March, on video. So we were just talking about this earlier. Let's see. Where's other comments? Ashton Comics. I'm glad JJ and Henry's Spider-Man comic is out of continuity. It was all right overall, but they need to do more world building. That's a fair comment, Maverick. I do think it's I don't actually know if it's, well, I guess it is out of continuity because of the whole futurist. Every time you tell a story of the future, that future is never guaranteed. So I guess that's out of continuity. As far as world building, I think it's a little bit unfair to criticize that aspect yet. I got a strong sense that this first issue was just sort of a tease. It threw in the villain. It purposely didn't really tell you much about it, just so you could get into the action. I have a feeling, just based on what I'm read so far, I have a feeling that this story is going to touch back and forth between the past, which is the present, with Peter and Mary Jane, and the future, which is Ben Parker and this new girl. And I have a feeling as the story goes, it's going to go back and forth, and it's going to have this parallel narrative to where we learn about the events that lead up to issue number one. Because obviously, where issue one starts is sort of like the end of a story. And it's going to do one of those storytelling techniques where, it shows you the ending, and then you go forward in the story, and they go flashbacks to show you what led up to that ending point. At the same time, while you're doing these flashbacks, you're telling the story of this future character, the kid. And I have a feeling that those flashbacks are going to be the kid learning about his parents, which are Peter Parker and Mary Jane. So I really enjoyed the book. I did a review on it on my channel. If anyone hasn't seen it, you want to know my thoughts more in detail and why I liked it, I cover it, obviously, in probably too much detail and probably takes too long, but it's the way I do things. I found it to be a very emotional book, and the reason I liked the book wasn't so much because of the amazing plot or anything like that, but it was the telling of the story that was so well done, not the actual story itself. And yeah. Eric, are you back?
Yes.
All right, cool. Put you back on camera there.
No, you
Let's
were doing
see.
fine. You don't need me. I can go backstage.
I need you.
Yeah, so you hit the snack table. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, is that what you went and did? I see how it is. Did you get me anything?
Yeah, didn't you get it?
No.
Yeah, sent you some gummy bears.
Um, Brihion. I'm sorry, I'm butchering this name. Says JJ's stupid kid already writes better than Tom King. Oh man, uh, that's funny. Um, Breen prefers the backstage, says Christy.
I don't even know what she means by that.
All right, we need something to talk about. I'm caught up on the comics for once, or the comments for once. Um, you said you were going to go think about something while you were gone. Did you think about anything besides
I
snacks?
I forgot to think about anything. And I think we've done pretty well for not having a topic, not having this planned.
Yeah, we did, I
We've
think.
actually made it 2 hours, and have actually kept double-digit audience.
Yeah, especially for not broadcasting out and planning on anything. Um, so again, I appreciate everyone that came by to listen. Um, like I said, we didn't have a plan, so we just sort of started talking comics and then using you guys to catapult off of. DC titles that I have read recently that are hot garbage. One, Superman Up in the Air. Two, Event Horizon, and Superman Year One are all ass absolutely terrible. All right.
What is up in the air?
Up in the Air is the reprint story from the
Oh,
Walmart
okay.
$5 books.
And would that be Event Leviathan by any chance, Brian,
Probably.
or is there another story that I'm missing?
I think they meant Event Leviathan. I only so Superman Up in the Air is Tom King's Superman story that he wrote, the original story. I have to admit, I only read the first issue reprint of it, and I thought it was really good. Um, Now it could totally fall apart after that. I don't know, but Andy Kubert's art and Tom King's writing, I was like, you got Superman better than Bendis, that's for sure. Of course, that's not saying much.
No,
Um,
that's a low bar.
yeah, and Superman Year One, I understand why people don't like it. I like it, but I'm a Frank Miller zombie, so take my bias with a grain of salt, I guess. uh, I will always forgive Frank Miller. A guy knows what he's doing. But people, especially modern day readers, it's like how I was when I got into comics in the '80s, and then people are like, "Oh, look at this Jack Kirby's and I would go, "I don't get it. Like this is dumb." People are like, "What are you talking about?" It's like Jack Kirby, and I was like, "I don't know." Frank Miller seems to be that way with modern audiences. So, uh, anyways, I don't want to get an odd argument with our audience over that. To each their own. Um, Dr. Venkman says, "Sir, it's pronounced Millar." Now you're thinking of Mike Miller. I'm talking about Frank Miller. This is why
Yeah.
I say Millar, actually, because there's so many Millers in comic books.
And Mark Millar is actually
Mark
pronounced
Millar.
Mark
That's yeah.
Miller, but he pronounces it Miller.
That's the one I was thinking of. Not there also is a Mike Miller.
Yeah, I said it. Sort of like his name gets mispronounced the same way Tinian's does. Yeah, I mean, I remember he came out a couple years ago and said, no, it's actually just Miller. But I guess with the A, everybody just assumed.
Fragmentian says Ash don't love the KRB, so unsubbed. No, I'm saying is in the '80s when I came into comics, Kirby was like 20 years prior, and I was a kid, so it just didn't. I didn't get it.
Ash is like Mikey from Life cereal. He hates everything until he tries it.
Right.
Yes, he likes it. Hey, Ashy.
And I fully admit that. But in my defense, I do try things.
That is true.
Christy is doxing herself. Apparently, her last name is Miller.
Well, that used to be the name of her channel, so I don't know how much doxing she's doing, but
Oh, well, I don't know. So, at least her name's not Millar.
yeah, Christy
Um,
Millar.
Maverick says them Daredevil and Dark Knight Returns checks give him ton of food on the table. He could just retire and still make bank. I'm not sure those checks are as big as you might think.
But he's one of the few guys still getting them because I said both of those. The his Daredevil run is still in print in several forms, and obviously Dark Knight Returns is still.
It's true. This is all true, but it's important to remember that back then, the revenue sharing was trash. Part of the whole reason that Image Comics started, where these big guys went and formed, was because Todd McFarlane led that revolution and said, we deserve to be rewarded for our creativity, And so he rallied up the big stars. They went and formed Image. And then after Image started, Marvel and DC said, oh, we'll do better. We'll give you guys some residuals.
And
And
I'll bet you people like Miller, has, probably renegotiated at some point, saying, if you ever want me to do anything else for you in the future, you're gonna have to sweeten the past, if you know what I mean. I bet you.
maybe
I bet guys like them have a better deal than they originally had.
that is a pot. Frank Miller is someone who could have negotiated that. But, during the time, you remember when Frank Miller went off and did his own thing, he went to Dark Horse Comics. And Dark Horse did that. I think it was called Icon, or maybe it was called Maverick. Can't remember. But they did their creator. Hellboy was under it, John Byrne's Next Men, and then they had Frank Miller's Sin City. And Frank's been doing Dark Horse almost ever since, until kind of recently, where he's decided he wants to do some DC material, I guess, before he dies. He wanted to do Superman. Brihan says, unpopular opinion, I really enjoyed Bendis' Superman Unity saga despite the modern parenting and Clark kind of being a little bish to his wife. Well, yeah, okay. I'm really sad that you liked that, but you didn't like Frank Miller Superman. That I don't know what else to say. I'm sad.
Jimmy, is that you?
Jimmy's got a sock puppet account. Melissa says Frank Miller is the Jahan Wayne of comics. I think that's just a typo, but
Yeah.
that's an apt analogy, I think.
Did you see Beckman's comment?
Hold on, I haven't got there. I think, to be fair to Tom King, I think he would do a lot better if he was a co-writer or had an editor that could tell him no and keep some of his bad habits in check. Well, Hendricks, if you go back and read his early Batman run, when he wasn't a big star and he was kept in check, he was really good. Something happened.
Yes, sir.
And then let's see the Vankman comment. Superman is so good.
So good.
Um,
Wonder where Jimmy is tonight. He's had 2 hours to find us.
yeah, he's probably reading some. What is he into now? He's into Neil Gaiman novels.
Yep.
Let's see. Maybe Ash liked it because it was a rehash of Slot's One More Day. What is he talking about?
I think someone is trying to stir up a bee's nest.
Oh, hey, you talking about bees? Did you know that Dave Sonowich had bees in his garage?
I saw.
All right, Hendricks is speaking from my heart right now. I'm sorry, but reading Jurgens and Tomasi's Superman stuff and then reading Bendis, it feels like a real downgrade. Boy,
And look
you ain't
right
just whistling
underneath that.
Dixie. Hey, speaking of Jimmy, you speak about the devil and he shows up.
I didn't even have to say it 3 times. I said, comic quirks, comic quirks, comic quirks. And he comes out of your computer and goes, what's up, guys? So good.
What's up, guys?
If remember, quirks, if you like the live stream, like the live stream.
Nice. Oh, that's our boy. We call him Jimmy because he's Superman's pal. So,
And he didn't like Lois.
yeah, he doesn't like.
We tried that first.
Quirks is trying to shake the name, but you know, with nicknames, the harder you try to shake them, the more they stick. Let's see. All right, there's no good comments yet. So, what do we talk about, Eric? Got some dead air. I'm relying on you. You're my Ed McMahon.
Oh,
I don't know if anyone in the chat even gets that reference.
I don't know. We skew old. Yes. I said, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Venkman might be our youngest viewer. Well, other than Quirks, now he's here.
No, Quirks is the youngest.
Yeah, that's right. No good comments. Outrage.
No good. Yeah, we just maybe if we fueled, I mean, if we did more outrage, we get some more people in the chat.
Let's see. Yeah, Frank's working overtime to find ways to manipulate
Ed Brewer
my name.
complimented you on your Ed McMahon imitation. I'm assuming that's what that is.
Well, I read between the lines. I read as please stop. Let's see what else. Let's see, yeah, I'm trying to avoid trashing Mark Hamill after his tweet today.
Oh no! What did Mark Hamill do?
Oh, Ivanka Trump had the audacity to put her son in a stormtrooper costume and said the force is strong in my family. And he said you spelled fraud wrong and go force yourself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I said, yeah, and I know he gets a pass in this community because he's the voice of the Joker and he was Luke Skywalker, but if you can't stop the TDS long enough to not take a shot at a little kid.
Yeah, and like, what is Ivanka? Like,
oh well, they said and all the people that a bunch of people came to Mark Hamill's defense and said they shouldn't even be allowed to put their kids in costumes because of what they do to kids at the border. It's like, just go.
The derangement is
I know.
just...
I said it's. Cause I mean, I don't care, what side of the aisle you vote for, but I mean, I said, if you got a virtue signal that hard,
they're just the ignorance is what drives me crazy. You don't like kids being separated from the border? Okay, then why did you let Obama do it for 8 years?
No, he didn't do it. He was acting on Trump's orders because he knew Trump was going to be president in 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Because everything is Orange Man bad.
I mean, and these were things that were put into place by the Clinton administration. So no one complained when Clinton put it into play.
On
no one
Trump's
complained
orders.
when Obama. A lot of these cages that everyone's like, oh, the cages. They were built by Obama's administration. And it's this ignorance of it all. Like, if you're against something, fine. But be honest about it. You're against the cages? Okay, fair enough. I'll listen to you. Let's track down who was the problem. Who was the originator? But you start just taking the things you hate and then you falsely connect them to the people that you hate so that you have reason to hate them, and then you spew lies. Look, you hate Trump? Okay, hate Trump. But be honest about why you hate Trump. Don't make shit up. If you have to make shit up about people to excuse why you hate them, then you don't have an argument. You're just being a hateful person. Anyways, we shouldn't probably get all political here.
You're right. I got to Yeah, I got to bring it up. That's good enough.
Let's see. With Twitter and the ease of blocking people, guys like Mark are not restrained from sharing their worst thoughts. No one unblocked is holding him accountable to his words. Yeah, that's fair. Um, I hate when professionals block people on Twitter. It's just it's just the dumbest thing. I mean, if someone's harassing you, then yeah, you need to block them. Okay, that's fine. But I mean, when I say when they block, when they just indiscriminately they run like some blockchain or something, and it's just like, yeah. I tweeted out today to Jonathan Hickman because he had posted a tweet. He had quote tweeted his editor. I don't even remember this, Jordan White. And of course, I couldn't see the quote tweet because Jordan White blocks fans. So I tweeted Jonathan Hickman and was like, what did he say? He said something about the top two things that people like. See if I can pull this up. Give me half a second here. Share. Where is it? There it is. All right. Go away. Yeah, so he said, what people want most in the comics is an engaging story. The second thing people want most is consistency. Here in the X office, we do both. Then tweet unavailable. So I responded, the third thing we want is to not be shown contempt by the company expecting us fans to shell out $48, which is $4 times 6 comics times twice per month, for just X books. Your editor, Jordan White, blocks fans like me who make videos every week promoting your work for no reason. Contempt equals bad business. Yeah. This is what you should not do. You are the chief editor of all the X books, and you're blocking fans like me. I make videos sharing your stuff. Like, and that shouldn't even have anything to do with it. Even if you're just a fan, you buy books. You want me to spend $50 a month. That's $600 a year. Think about this. $600 a year while you sit there and spew contempt at me behind your blocks. Is it any wonder why there's people like you, Eric, that are just like, basically, screw this. F these guys. I'm not buying any of their books. I'm sitting here doing my best to try to talk you into buying a couple of their books to support the good stuff. And Jordan White's not helping me.
Honestly, Ash, it's not. For a while, that kind of affected some of my decision making. I mean, because I've been doing this for a little over 2 years now, and like I said, initially, I let these guys, like, like when Al Ewing blocked me. Ironically, the day, well, I'm sure I was already blocked, but after I mentioned that Tom King, of all people, had liked my Move the Needle tweet. And I said, and now he's got a fan for life, whereas Al Ewing just blocks people for no reason. And of course, it turns out I don't buy anything from Tom King anymore either, but that's beside the point. But now it's more, it's comic book decisions that motivate whether I buy something. I mean, Marvel's just been, there's just too much bad stuff for too long for me to really care about what Marvel does. Even with the X-Men, I mean, I have no doubt that it's a hell of a story. I have no doubt that Absolute Carnage is a lot of fun. Although I was never really a big fan of the first go round 25 years ago, or however long that was. But you know, it's just I said these fools are free to say whatever they want, and I agree with what Maverick said. I mean, yeah, it is. It's just freedom of speech. But I do point out that I'll just point out that Mark Hamill would be the first one, railing from the rooftops if James Woods had said tweeted something out to that effect about a Obama's kids or anybody else's with a D next to their name, and but they get to they get to spew this crap because they have the acceptable opinions in the public discourse. And I said, you're right. Nobody will say something, but and I know, I'm only reaching handful of people here, but screw that guy.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. You don't have to. I mean, yeah, nope. I don't have to be railing about what he said right now, but you don't have to tweet your every thought.
Yeah. Maverick says, I'll be glad Jordan D. White blocked me. I don't want to know what kind of things he posts. And that's fair. And it's not, for me, um, it's not about that. For me, it's the message that they're sending me. And that message is, I have contempt for you. Right? And you're free to say it. I will defend your every right to express yourself. I'm a free speech absolutist. I absolutely believe in freedom of speech. But that doesn't mean freedom from consequences from your speech. And here's the thing. You're trying to sell me a product. You're trying to sell me a product at an extremely expensive, all things considering, like I pointed out in the tweet, $48. That's not my pull list. That's not all that's just to get the X books. By the way, there's 3 or 4 more X books on the way on top of that, right? So, but as of right now, you want me to spend $600 a year just on your damn X books. And then you're going to treat me with contempt? Like, would you go, into, like, say, like a fast food place, and you're sitting there and you're waiting and like there's like cashiers like chit chatting with their friend in the back or whatever, and you're just like, yo, hey, can I get someone to his attention? I'd like to order a burger. And then it's like, yeah, wait, shut down, pipe down, old man. Would you stay there and continue to wait and then order the burger, or would you be like, well, fuck these guys and just walk out?
What if
And
it was an In-N-Out burger?
yeah, that wouldn't happen, but
But if
yeah,
it
it would
did,
be. That happened to you at In-N-Out?
no, I said, but if it did, I
I would
mean,
be appalled. I think In-N-Out. Well, let me get to that. I mean, that's a good question. If that happened to me, I would probably leave, and I'd probably be very unlikely to come back because I would be like, these guys are a bunch of dicks. Because I'm giving them money. I'm the customer, and people have argued to me, well, Ash, that doesn't entitle you. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm very much against entitlement culture, but there is a level of entitlement that the person paying the money is owed. You're the one paying the money, right? If I pay you money to come over and mow my lawn, you do the job that I'm requesting because I'm giving you the money. The entitlement is on me. I expect a certain level of quality in the service for my dollar. And when I buy comics, I expect a certain quality of the comic book to be worth my money, but I also expect to be treated. Look, I'm not asking them to blow smoke up my ass. I'm not asking Jordan White to be like, I love Ash on Comics. I don't care about him licking my boots. Just don't show me contempt. That's all I'm asking.
how about if he gives you a ukulele solo?
And here's the thing. If you can't do that, get the F off of Twitter. Right? But do you have to show me contempt? It makes me want to say screw you. And when I feel like that, when I have that emotion going through me, how hard is it for me to cough over that $4 for a comic book? And that's a minimum. Some of these X books are $5, $6, and you're doing it. You're shipping them twice monthly. All of these things swell up negative emotion in the buyer. And the more but then you get to a point where the negative emotion is too much. There are some people here in the chat who said, I don't care if Jordan White does that. Okay, that's you. That's fine. Your level of tolerance is different than mine. I don't tolerate contempt for people that ask for my money. I tolerate contempt from Joe Schmoes. I'll tolerate contempt from people in my audience that disagree with me because I'm owed nothing by them. I'm not paying them money for anything, right?
Well, somebody like Jordan D. White, I honestly think, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he consider himself a socialist already? And
Probably.
I think he does, in all seriousness. And I'm thinking that the tact he takes, it's sort of like the people that I'm ripping, if they stop buying my books, great. I don't want that. I don't want their money anyway. And the people that aren't offended by that, well, they're my people anyway. So they know that I'm talking about somebody else, and they're still going to support it. The work. And again, I said, that's crazy, a crazy way of thinking. But that the fact that people that do think like that, and there's I mean, I can't prove that, but there's an awful lot of evidence the way these fools run around just trashing potential customers, and yet they're still there. Kind of tells you that you know, no one that they report to has a problem with it. So again, it kind of goes back to I said earlier in the stream, when you don't have any respect for your for your product or your customers, why should I?
It's a valid point. Very valid. In Brie, my God, I wish someone would tell me how to pronounce this. Brihion. I'm so butchering it. Um, Says I'm completely done with spending any money at Disney or Marvel for this very reason. Um, and I get it. I get it. I get that emotion. Here's the conflict within me. That's not Jonathan Hickman, right? That's not necessarily the colorist, the letterer, the inker, whoever else at Marvel who's just putting their head down, doing their job, and trying to be successful in comics. I I don't want to punish everyone because of one asshole, right? And so I'm conflicted now because I go, well, Jonathan Hickman's saying all the right things, he's doing all the right things, he's making a quality product, he's acting professionally, he's everything that I want to see in Marvel Comics. So do I stop buying that comic because of Jordan White? My philosophy is I want Marvel Comics to be like this. So I give my money to that. If that succeeds, then Marvel doesn't have an excuse to make the shit that they were making 2 and 3 years ago. Because we can point and say, you remember how X-Men Blue, Yellow, and Red sucked balls and you had to cancel them? Then remember how Uncanny X-Men sucked balls and he canceled that? Remember how Hickman's X-Men was massive success? Why is this? And the only way it can be a success is if we support it. But at the same time, I can't criticize Brahion for having their opinion because your opinions, they're both valid. Like I don't. I want people to support good books, but people are driven away, and it sucks. And
Just wanted to point out real quick. It's just Brian.
Brian, okay,
He
we're gonna call
pronounced
it.
and speaking of Brian Butler. On the flip side, some of the contempt and rage from the customers is nuts, and that's a fair point. Also, that's one of the things that decades ago when I started doing this, there really, if you wanted to reach a creator, you had to write them a letter and hope they printed it. So I mean, they couldn't hear us going nuts, we couldn't hear them going nuts, and it's one of the byproducts of social media is everybody gets to have their voice heard, but the difference is the we are still the customer, and I said, and if the customers are going off the rails, they can just tune us out. They don't have to read our tweets or our comments. They don't have to go in the message rooms, whatever. It's when they started fighting back, and I know it's human nature. I mean, if you get criticized, your first instinct is to fire back. But when like in Marvel's case, when they went from publishing phenomenal books in 2009 and 10 to within 5 years just completely changing everything from the quality of writing, the quality of art, the direction of the characters, hell, the characters themselves, and then telling you up front if you didn't think this was wonderful, they prejudged the reaction, and then when they got the reaction that they'd prejudged, they doubled down. So it's, you know, it just basically, we found out that the creators were every bit as petty as the fans they were creating to. And nobody wins when everybody's just, shouting at each other and nobody's listening. And you
That's
could say that,
true.
that Hickman is kind of an example of somebody finally listening. But yeah, again, just like I said with Bendis, being on Batman of the year, which is my prediction, I want to see where the X-Men are a year from now. And my prediction there is Hickman will be gone because Marvel politics will have driven him crazy. And Vidai Allen, Lee Williams, they'll be the ones calling the shots in the X universe, and it'll be right back to where we're wishing for Matthew Rosenberg.
Well, here's the good news. As soon as Hickman is done from X-Men, he's going to DC.
I'm,
And
I'm, I don't know that that's good news anymore. Not because Hickman. It's just like what DC will he be going to?
well, DC, the only problem at DC is the creators that they're pulling over there.
And
I
the
think
guy in
Hickman would. I would be
charge,
ecstatic to see Hickman do something at DC.
right?
And
But I what is but with the guy in charge being so firmly behind King and Bendis, I'm wondering what he'll even allow Hickman to do over there. Because now nothing would make me happier than to find out that at this meeting next month that Didio gets shown the door, Jeff Johns is brought back in, and Hickman moseys on over to DC to work with Johns. Now that would be that I could get behind. I mean that's I shudder to think the great that the two of them could come up with together.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's going to be
I
good
mean,
either
that's
way, but
wild speculation. I think Hickman said that he's got a plan for his X-Men. It's about 2 to 3 years. Hopefully, it stays that way. I don't have a whole lot of faith in this new Dawn of X stuff, even with Hickman. But I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse, and I'm just trying to enjoy what's here now. And I walked into this House of X and Powers of 10 stuff with a lot of trepidation. I came into it and I was like, oh, and it won me over. And so I was to the point, I was like, look, I'm not going to be one of these people that, like, in the middle when things are great, trying to just find, all the downside to everything, and that's why I kind of talk about with the whole Batman with the James Tynion taking over, and everyone's like, and not you, Eric, this isn't directed at you, but there's a common thing of like, oh yeah, but whatever, it's only going to be 15 issues and Bendis take over, and it's just like, maybe, how about we just focus on what's good and celebrate the good, and then deal with the future when it actually happens instead of, it's bad enough that we have so many negative things that are actually happening that we have to focus on, that we don't have to make imaginary problems on top of it. So all of this frustrates me because, you're a person and you can attest to this. I'm constantly trying to get you into new comics, and you've got valid reasons to say no. And the frustrating part is I go, man, Eric's missing out on this. He has good reason to miss out on it. And it sucks because the very companies that want his business are actively making it so they don't get his business. And it's like, what? You're a predisposed person to want to buy this product. And
well,
Marvel and DC are working hard to stop you from buying this product.
they are, but they're getting my business, and the trades and the omnibuses and the masterworks and things like that. It's just they could also be, maybe they could be getting more of my new comic budget, but then that would be coming out of the other stuff because there's only so much that I'm going to spend on this stuff. But but here's the thing, like I said, I'm not buying much new stuff, But and I don't you know, and one of the problems I think that both companies made was they kind of pushed my generation out the door before they had a replacement, which they still have never really found. But even so, you know, I mean, you know, I'm probably not who they should be going after at this point because it's probably I'm probably too far gone. I mean, just if you just go by the numbers, I mean, I said, I am, I said 57. So I'm sure in their mind are thinking, how much more times are you gonna have to even be reading this stuff? But you know, and I'm spending my comic dollars, in other places. Back issues. So, but there are plenty of people that they've just lost altogether, that they're not getting any money from because whereas I just retreated into the past, some people just put comics in their past.
Right.
Yeah, that was kind of
Well, that was pretty poetic.
that wasn't it though.
I liked it. Here's the thing, though. There's only a limit to the past trades and omnibuses that you're interested in buying, and once you accumulate those, your business is going to die off. But here's a second effect about you not being into new comics. It's not just your dollar. I agree. Like we all have X amount of dollars that we're willing to budget towards comics, and if you're already spending that level of budget, be it trades or whatever, uh, excuse me, I got a cough. Sorry about that. Then you're just kind of switching around your money, and you're rearranging the deck chairs, as they say. Like, I get that, but you're a voice in the fandom, right? We don't have a huge viewership that we're reaching out to, but comics does not have it doesn't really have marketing behind it very much as far as like advertising and things like that. The hobby of comics is spread by word of mouth, right? People usually get into comics because they know someone who was into comics, whether that was maybe an adult figure who got their kid into comics, you as a kid, or maybe because you had a friend. I got friends that in high school when I was into comics, I got them into comics because of my interest. So you being in the position and your attitude towards comics, which is very valid, hurts that development. If comics were exciting, like back in the 90s when comics could sell 1 million issues because everyone was excited about the damn comics, right? And people just were walking in off the street because comics were freaking cool. When you could make magazines about comics that sold in grocery stores, even though the comics didn't sell in the grocery stores, you could pick up Wizard magazine, right? Like there was general enthusiasm and people were like, oh, you got to these are great. Nowadays, you got people like, screw the comics, like someone comes up to you, not necessarily you, but the proverbial you. Hey, I was, I was thinking about, I saw that new Spider-Man movie. I liked it. I was thinking of, no, stay away from the Spider. That's what happens with fans now. And they're just shooting themselves in the foot. It's not about just what each of us contribute, how many dollars we each individually put in. It's how much we contribute to the overall growth of the market, the visibility that people see, like in people enjoying it. If it's just a small little group of pissed off fans, who wants to join that? Like, who wants to get it?
Have you noticed that there really aren't any fanzines today that concentrate on new books? I guess they've just ceded that to the internet. I mean, so it's the thing. Like I said, I'm gonna plug this real quick. This back issue magazine, which not that and Alter Ego here, that are both published by Two Morrows, but there's nothing being published today, like Wizard, that used to concentrate on what was coming out now, and I guess that is because so much of their fan base now is probably just all digital and just all just reading things, like on CBR or whatnot. But yeah, I didn't really think of that until now. That really, there used to be a handful of them, and now that once Wizard finally closed up shop, there really isn't anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the fanzines have transitioned over to the fan sites. The problem, though, is these fan sites are super shill.
oh yeah,
Like
that's
they
well,
just they overlook everything, and they just spin for the crap. And as soon as you go out and you go to like CBR or something, go a couple years in the past, and you read an article and CBR is trying to tell you how America Chavez is like the greatest new comic you're just like, oh, I don't want to read you anymore. You're just full of shit. I have no desire to read any of these sites because they've exposed themselves for the complete frauds, you know, um, that they are. It just, come on. Um, Brian says the upcoming Superman versus KKK sounds like it's going to be anti-right propaganda. It's going to equate the right's desire for more border security with pre-civil rights hate groups. I just want to clarify for anyone who may not be in the know that the KKK was actually a left-wing organization created by Democrats, and that civil rights hate groups were all left-wing. It was the Democrats who unanimously voted against civil rights. Um, People will try to revise this history and convince you otherwise. It is not right wing propaganda. It's actually left wing propaganda that the current modern progressives are trying to spin. Basically, what progressives do is they take the garbage of their past and they try to spin it as if that was all right wing stuff. And that's why you need to be on our side today. And nope, that was all of them. And this is why you shouldn't be. But they hate their trash. Their skeletons in their closet are just too embarrassing. Um, but anyways, that's what that was all about. Let's move on from this. I'm looking for Comics Quirk says, I think Bendis should take over for Venditti's Hawkman. Why are you trolling me? I am biting my tongue so hard right now.
oh, then you don't want to
Um,
read my comment then.
Man, that's not even. He's like that's just like poking me with a stick. Um,
Well, that's
Quirks.
yeah. Well, Ash, at least he cares enough to troll.
Christy says, "Yes, exactly, Ash. It's freaking amazing what happens when you know the history." Thank you, Christy. Um, all of this stuff, by the way, I had to learn outside of public school because the public school system will not teach you any of actual history. Um, so I guess, Quirks is inadvertently brought up a good subject. Venditti obviously is not going to stay on Hawkman forever. I would really want to see Venditti take over Superman. Probably not going to happen. Um, so who would you pick if Venditti left Hawkman? Who would you want to see replace him?
I think I'd just as soon they close up shop.
Really?
Yeah, give the character a break until someone else has an idea that could at least be in the ballpark. Because I mean, I said it, I mean, I don't want, I wouldn't want Hawkman to just lapse into being just another book. And I know DC has way more talented writers than Marvel still, but maybe I don't know. I said let Venditti do it for another year or so. Let him retire the book for a while, and maybe that be one of the things that Hickman could do when he comes over.
I am really shocked to hear you say this.
What?
I'm just shocked because I figured your answer would be more similar to mine. I'm a big proponent of the ongoing series, right? Like Amazing Spider-Man should be on 800 and what would it be 32 right now? 831, 832.
Hmm.
They should have never rebooted it. It should still be going on. And here's the thing. Chris Claremont couldn't stay on X-Men forever. I knew that. It was a sad day when he left, but I cherished the time that I had him on there. And I knew whoever was going to replace him was going to be inferior. That's fine, right? As long as you just put forward a good effort. Sometimes runs take a dip. Sometimes you don't get your best guys on it. And it declines, and then it comes back. Spider-Man was the same way, right? Like, Spider-Man didn't have... It wasn't the best for 800 issues. There was big dips. But I didn't want Spider-Man to go away. And I guess Hawkman's no Spider-Man, but it is one of DC's... Well, he used to be part of the Justice League. But, you know, he's one of DC's main characters. He feels like he should always be in the lineup. I feel like each comic company, the big two, should have a core group of characters, you know, that are sort of like always, they're always in print. You know, like Batman, there should always be a Batman book. There always should be a Superman book, always a Wonder Woman, always a Green Lantern, you know. And I feel like Hawkman,
So Flash.
always a Flash,
There
always
should
a
always
Hawk,
be some kind of Justice League going.
always a Justice League, always a Flash. You build that core, and you have this is our core. Then every other book, as your company succeeds and grows, you can have other books that you experiment and do on the side. Say, oh, we're growing in popularity. We can have more books. So let's make a Deathstroke book, or let's make a Lobo book, or these characters that aren't part of your core, but they're known characters. So I don't want to see Flash go. I don't want to see it turn to shit either. I mean, I'm not advocating for that, but you know, you should have standard, just decent writers. Um, and I think you could do that. I don't think it has to be Venditti quality. What he did with issues 1 through 12 is astounding. But if you gave me someone on the level of like Tomasi, you know, and I'm not saying him specifically, but just that quality. If you put someone like that on that book, or hell, sometimes you put up and coming guys, you know, on books that are showing. I would take Steve Orlando on Hawkman.
But I'm what I'm worried about, and I said, and just because it goes away for a while, you know, once upon a time, now I know it would never happen again. A book would, you know, be canceled, or they or stop for whatever reason, and they'd start it back up a couple years later. They'd just resume the numbering. Again, I know that that's a, you know, that's from a bygone era. That I said nobody will ever do that again, unless they did it as a gimmick, and even then they'd get it wrong. But I don't know. I just you know, I said if you know, Hawkman has, in my opinion, the best monthly comic writer working today, and they're lucky if they can sell 20,000. If they switch writers, it may, you know, it could get even worse, and then just be, you know, canceled due to, you know, even lower sales, and it might be forever before they try again with the character. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could go either way on that. You know, I mean, but like I said, you know, I guess if since Hawkman's the only in continuity book I'm buying from either of the big two right now, if they replace Venditti, it would have to be somebody awfully damn good. But, you know, just for myself, you know.
Well, okay, obviously there's a difference between dream casting and just acceptability. Like, my dream casting wouldn't be Steve Orlando, but he would be a realistic, right? If I was running DC, you could say, well, I would throw Jeff Johns on it. You know, like, okay, like if I dream casting, that might be what I would do. But when you have to make a more pragmatic, realistic choice, okay, if I really was running DC and I was trying to make a strong business decision, obviously I wouldn't put my best guy on Hawkman, because you point out Hawkman doesn't get the sales. But I would maybe consider like someone like Steve Orlando, who's not a big name, but he is an up and coming talent. And it was his writing on The Unexpected, which featured Hawkman, that got me to try out the Hawkman book, because I got to be exposed to the character that I thought was stupid in a book that I already liked. I got to see him in a cool light. He was well written, and it said, "Oh, I'm more curious about this character now." And since I've liked this past writer's writing, Martian Manhunter's really good. It's not Hawkman good, but it's as good as current Hawkman. It might actually be better than current Hawkman. Not as good as 1 through 12 Hawkman, which is 5-star amazing. But, Steve Orlando, like, just competent writing. I think we fans have gotten away from that a little bit and just have this idea that everything has to be the most amazing thing ever all the time or it sucks. Right? I've seen people dropping off of Detective Comics because they're just like, Tomasi's run is it's only pretty good. Oh, I thought the problem was that Batman was just terrible and we wished it was pretty good again. Like, but it's not good enough. Like, it has to be, I don't know what it has to be. How good does Batman have to be before people, we can't even sell 100,000 copies of White Knight and it's one of the best Batman's books ever. I don't get it. I don't know anyways, maybe I'm beating a dead horse.
Well, and also though, we just hear the people that take the time to, make their opinions as public as they can, by sharing them on social media. I mean, there's still tens of thousands of people every month that faithfully go into the store and plunk their $4 down on Tomasi's Detective. I mean, it's, selling in the 60s, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he did bring sales up,
Yeah,
for sure.
Sean Gordon Murphy would be the only person to get me back on what book would that be, Quirks?
I think he's talking about Batman.
Well, can when Bendis takes over with 100, you're going to be there with bells on.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is like the biggest lie I've heard in a long time.
Batman 100, it's so good.
Unlike the rest of us, who are like, please don't let this Tynan take over. Only be 15 issues, and then Bendis
Quirks is
please
like let it only
plotting
be 15
in the back.
issues.
Please, I can't wait till issue 100.
Oh, okay. So he's saying if Venditti left, Sean Gordon Murphy would be the only person that would get him back on Hawkman. Interesting.
No, I mean, I'll read whatever.
Yeah,
whatever book Sean Gordon Murphy does.
I would have never even thought of that.
I don't think he's a good fit for Hawk. Like, he would
we
do a
don't know
cool
that.
Hawkman, but I don't think his talents lend best to Hawkman.
But that's purely speculative, and like I said, we don't know.
We don't know, but I think
I would have never thought of it.
I know what I'm saying is I think he would be good. I don't have any doubts about, especially the art. I mean, but his strengths would, I think, lend better to other characters even more than Hawkman. Like, he would be better utilized. Could he do a good Hawkman? Probably. I would certainly buy the hell out of it, but he's really good when it comes to doing machines and vehicles. Hawkman doesn't really utilize any of that.
We could get the Hawkmobile.
The Hawkmobile.
the Hawkacopter.
The Hawkacopter.
Heck yeah.
The Hawkacopter. I can't believe you just said the Hawkacopter.
Get you back to the Hawk Cave. Oh, this would be great.
Hendricks asks, is it even feasible for Bendis to be on Batman? The man has like 1,000 books that he's already doing on a monthly basis.
And they're all so good.
Well, Hendricks, I believe
my kickbacks, Quarks.
You get him? Does he give you a Milky Way every time you say that?
Oh, I wish. See, all I've got is this wrapper. I'm completely out.
Oh man. I think the idea is that if Bendis goes to Batman, that he's going to give up Superman to one of his lackeys, like probably Greg Rucka. Greg Rucka will get one of them, and then Fraction will get the other. What do you
That's
think about that?
that's what I said that 2 hours ago.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Lois Lane
Oh,
and
you never
Jimmy.
listen. We're like an old married couple. You just don't listen to me anymore.
You know, it's possible that I did listen, but I'm going senile.
Ooh, if I'm the one that's being counted on among the two of us to remember things, we in trouble.
um. So yeah, I mean, you got Lois and Jimmy are both limited series. So what are they going to do after those series? It could be DC's already got it planned. They're going to do each get a Superman book, and then Bendis moves over and takes over Batman, and then I go over to Marvel full time when that happens. But yeah.
I just don't see how it can't happen. I think those two
Well,
are
Bendis is also
locks.
taking on Legion, so like he's already moving around other books, and the dude doesn't stay on books forever anyway. Like he seems intent to do like what he did at Marvel and just move over every title and put his stamp on it and ruin it like he did with Spider-Man, X-Men, Avengers, Iron Man.
No, no, no
Like
question of it. Yeah.
who didn't he ruin over at Marvel?
Well, I mean, and how interesting that DC caught up to Marvel in sales and market share. DiDio hires the man that probably made that possible, and now Marvel is crushing DC again. There's a common denominator there. But I just can't quite figure out what that is or who that is. Maybe young Joshua could help me.
This cannot be overstated enough. In
No,
2016,
I'm gonna give.
DC was beating Marvel in market share with less titles than they brought over Bendis. And not only is Marvel crushing DC in market share, Marvel is having record market shares that they haven't seen since what, 2008? They've crossed over the 50% threshold. That
Yeah,
means
I'm not sure they've
50%, more
ever
than
gotten that
50%
high.
of all comics in existence being shipped and sold are Marvel comics. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that might be their first time over 50, since the proliferation of the indies, that started in the 80s. I mean, I'm sure they might have gotten over 50 when it basically was just Marvel and DC and Charlton was just reprints.
No, I guess this happened in
But
2008.
oh, wow,
But it was,
Marvel was
according to
going.
what I was reading in the history, it was because DC had slumped so low. This is pre New 52.
Yeah.
DC had slumped so low, it allowed kind of like what they're doing now,
Oh,
just allowed Marvel to fill
well,
in the holes
well,
and take all their
DC
business.
DC had just done their second crisis in 3 years. They gave it to Grant Morrison, who did the whole thing sniffing paint chips because it was just so out there. And DC was just. I mean, DC really they were going great until about 2007, 2008, and then I after that. I mean, I remember 2008 they had what was it, Blackest Night? I guess the time from Blackest Night on, it just completely fell apart because I'm guessing Brightest Day didn't get it done. I said Morrison's Crisis wasn't good, but I thought Blackest Night was in 2008. I can't believe Marvel could have been beating him that bad then.
Yeah, I wasn't active during that time, so
But
I can only go with what I read.
I do want to agree with Quarks on something. He did not ruin Avengers. Those stories actually were, the they never felt like the Avengers to me, but the books themselves, there was some really really good storytelling in those books, and and he was the idea man behind it. So, I will bash on him till the cows come home in 2019. But I'm not going to take away his Avengers, work because,
His everyone is an Avengers idea.
well, but no, that was more Hickman.
Was it?
Yeah, Bendis had some questionable people be Avengers because I mean, they had sunk so low that, like I said, when they did the Ultimates, they didn't even use it was the Avengers, but they didn't want the stink of that name on the cover of the book. That's how that's how far that had fallen in the '90s and in the early 2000s, despite having when Busick left. Now, Jeff Johns wrote the Avengers. That's the one thing he was not well suited to do because his Avengers books were not that good. They put Chuck Austin on it. He's terrible. You know, but no, Bendis came in. Like I said, Bendis is one of the reasons why we have an MCU. Because got enough interest generated in those characters again that he deserves at least a little bit of that credit. Because he made the Avengers cool again, even if they weren't really the Avengers. Because the first thing he did when he came in was I think he's the one who killed them all off.
So the first thing he did was ruin the Avengers. Gotcha. Book Quirk says the books that Bendis was on when he left are doing worse now than when he was on them, and the books that are doing good he wasn't on or ever have been except X-Men. I'm confused. I think Spider-Man is doing better than his Spider-Man.
Well, he was never on Spider-Man.
Well, he was on Ultimate Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, but that was a very good run.
Obviously, X-Men is seeing a renaissance like it hasn't seen in 20 years.
No,
yeah, I mean, Avengers. The problem is Quirks is kind of right by default because Bendis might suck, but there's plenty of people at Marvel who are even worse. And so you got, and I know Quirks is gonna hate me on this, but I mean, you got Jason Aaron is on Avengers right now. Like it's not like you got Dan Slott. Was it Dan Slott doing Iron Man? Who's no?
Yeah, no,
Dan Slott doing Iron Man. So it's not like, it's different than what is a DC where Bendis is replacing Dan Jurgens and Peter Tomasi, who are way better. Whereas at Marvel, he was kind of the king, of a bunch of nobodies. So it's a big difference in my mind. Also, I like your comment about Jeff Johns on the Avengers. And this is something I like to tell people all the time. Writers can't necessarily write everything. So I encourage people to be forgiving if you run across a writer who writes something, go, oh, this is garbage. That just might be something that didn't jive with them.
Yeah, not garbage. John's run wasn't garbage.
Or whatever.
He's a
just
DC
not
guy.
good.
I mean, he is perfectly at home at DC. And, I said, if he had, he basically, he came over to Marvel for about a year and did a book and then went back to DC full time, never to be seen at Marvel again. Now, if he had stayed at Marvel, I'm sure he could have eventually gotten the hang of the universe and, done phenomenal work. But, we just have the one example. And I said when he publishes his, memoirs, that's probably going to be a footnote at best.
Right. So I just want to encourage people sometimes. The reason I came up with this, because when James Tynion did his announcement that he's getting Batman, blah, 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 I was kind of taken back by some of the negative reaction to it. And one of the things that I was seeing were people just being like, yeah, his Detective Comics run sucked. And I was like, well, okay, but have you read anything else that he's done? Because James Tynion would be the first to admit that he wrote Detective the way he did. He brought in the Bat family because he wasn't comfortable writing the solo Batman book. So he kind of used a crutch, and he's more of a team writer. That's kind of where his strength is. Um, so I was like, but have you read, have you read his Justice League Dark? Have you read what he's doing with Justice League? Have you read, where I came to be a fan of him was his Immortal Men run, which was tragically killed. Um, he's got an independent book out right now. What's it called? Like, do you know where the children are, or something like that? I'm sure Corks knows. He's a big indie guy, but he's a talented writer, and I think people are just when you judge someone off of one work, it's not always fair. And I just encourage people to, before you write someone off, try to go and like find like their best thing that they've done, and say, well, let me, before I judge you on this one thing, what are you known for? Because it'd be real easy to, if you read Frank Miller's, something recent from Frank Miller and go, oh, that's the trash, but you've never read Sin City or Year One or Dark Knight Returns or Ronin or 300 or, any of the other Daredevil run, there's so many great things that he's done that made him the legend. You just, this sucks. You're like, oh, okay. Anyways, I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, you beat that horse so bad, Korean family won't even have it for dinner.
Oh man,
what
makes it more tender?
Oh, so let's see. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up? Because we've eclipsed the 3 hour mark, and it's pushing 4 a.m. here in the Eastern time zone.
It's beauty sleep time for you.
Well, we're getting there.
All right.
But before I said, I brought this up a few minutes ago, but I don't know if you guys have this at your LCSs, but this week's, I can't remember what the subject is, but a friend of mine has a Baron Blood article in it. So, and I highly recommend it. Anybody that likes back issues, those literally, it's in the title. That's a great read. Ash, you need to start picking that up. I think you can actually go on to tomorrow's and do them digitally too. But yeah, because I mean, yeah,
I'm just not a big back issue guy. So
no, you're not.
Spending like $10 on a magazine for back issues.
Yeah, we're kind of we are at the opposite ends of the pencil, aren't we?
Yeah, we're like the odd couple.
Yeah, I'm guessing I'm Oscar.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But that makes me the anal retentive one, right? If I'm Felix, these people in the comments don't even know who we're even talking about.
But when you said that, yeah, I'm sure people said, yeah. That's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with a stick up my ass.
Not.
It's 2019.
No, if you equate that with that, that's an Ash on and on and on and on comics problem.
Oh man, there was a comment that I saw earlier that I was trying to find it here to quote, but I can't.
Oh, I can't even with that comment, Christy.
Where Melissa says that Bendis and Snyder and King and Didio and Lee are cancers on DC Comics, and I have to come to my boy's defense. Scott Snyder should not be listed in there. I don't think Jim Lee either, but Scott Snyder even more so. Scott's a good dude. He really cares about DC Comics. He really cares about comics in general. He really wants to do good comics. And I think he's actually, besides Jeff Johns, would be the number 2 guy at DC. If I had my way, if I was the big wigs at AT&T, I would put Jeff Johns as total creative control, and Snyder would be like his second in charge. And those guys would be shaping DC, because Snyder is an incredible idea man. He works really hard to shape the future of writers. People we were just talking about, James Tynion comes out from him,
Max
um,
Saggio.
and yeah, the best books at DC right now are they're Snyder's books. Um,
Oh,
his
I'll agree with you on half of that. I'll meet you halfway on that one.
okay,
Snyder, no. Lee, almost by default because he I don't know what he's responsible for, what he's not responsible for, but what he doesn't do is stop DiDio from doing any of the dumb things he does. He's become I don't know what he is anymore.
yeah, and that's kind of why I say maybe, maybe not because I don't know how much Lee has the power to do.
Well, I'm guessing he's got enough power to. It's one of two things. He either doesn't care. Well, three things. He either agrees with the Dio across the board, in which case I have no use for him. He, doesn't have any power and he's just going along to get along, in which case I have no use for him. Or option three, actually, it's probably one of those two. So I mean, what does he do there anymore? I mean, if he's the guy, I mean, does he is he like the casino greeter? No, I'm being serious. I mean, that's basically what Stan Lee, morphed into over the years, and it paid gigantic dividends. But I honestly don't know what he does. I mean, he doesn't, it's not like he's drawing or writing or anything. I really don't know.
I don't know if Tehillim is slighting me here or not, but
It's
let
I
it
have
let it not be said that I don't listen to my critics.
I say I haven't understood anything he's said all night. So
um, yeah, I just don't think that Snyder. You may not like his stories sometimes. But that's with everyone. There was Chris Claremont stories I didn't like, and he's one of my favorite writers at Marvel ever. Like if you try to put someone in a position that's unattainable to reach, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. The fact is, I like 75% of what Snyder writes, and some of the best stuff I've written at DC is Snyder, and he's a great idea, man. That's just my point. Um, Brian says that he likes Snyder too. He misses Lemire at DC. Lemire's kind of back. He's got a series out right now called is it Inferior Five? I think is what it's called, and he's doing that Joker book. So if you like Lemire DC, he's there. Um,
Venkman,
and then Real Dr. Venkman says
Venkman.
Eric's not young enough for this.
What's that line with Dean Wormer line from Animal House? Only I'll just paraphrase it. I hate that guy.
All right. Is there any comics you're looking forward to this this Wednesday, Eric? Do you even buy new comics?
Actually, actually, give me 1 minute. I'm going to keep this going for a little while.
Oh,
If nothing else, just to prove to Venkman that I can stay awake for at least another half hour. Give me 1 minute.
wow. Okay. Way to go, Venkman. You're enabling him. I don't I don't know what you mean. He's gonna be a Mia this Tuesday. Um, it's hard to do these things and hold it on your own. I work much better uh, with partner. So now you sit here and you have to talk by yourself. It's really tough. So audience, I was trying to wrap things up, but now I have to extend this for another half an hour apparently. He's going for the 1 minute power nap so he can stay up for hours, says Hendrix. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. If anyone gets that reference, say so in the chat. Um, Quirks wants an invite. I would Quirks, but I'm trying to wrap this up, and um, I don't want things to get derailed. when I invite certain people in, things kind of go off the rails. Um, Dr. Minkman says we don't quote that movie. Christy gets the no prize. Congratulations, Christy. Doesn't read comics, doesn't watch movies, but she won. And Melissa Harris is saying good night, bye. All right, Melissa, I appreciate you always being a great viewer and sticking around with us and contributing. I hope your son is doing well, and you have yourself a good evening. Quirks, I don't hate you. He says, wow, you hate me because I like good comics. No, and that's a silly thing to say, especially if you're, come on. Um, Man, he just killed the mood. See how this is what I was talking about. Um, Dr. Venkman says he's hungry with the power that he has on stream. Yeah, power hungry. We don't want these power hungry people just trying to nab power. It's bad. It's very bad. Um, but no, really, I'm not looking to do 3 more hours of streaming. In fact, I was going to try to end it for Eric here on his sake, but he decided he wanted to have a second wind. Welcome back, Eric.
What?
So did you relieve yourself of the Diet Coke pressure?
Yeah, I don't know how you guys that stream all night do it.
What are you talking about? I just had a giant monster.
I'm not. I don't know how you guys just go for hours and hours and hours without having to go.
Oh, I go before I start.
Well, so do I, but I'm old, so that doesn't always matter.
Oh, well,
Well, that and like Mickman says, the 12 Diet Cokes probably don't help
yeah,
either.
12 Diet Cokes. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Uh,
kind of a catch-22. If I don't, I'm gonna fall asleep. I'd hate to pull a Mr. E on one of these, but
Christy says, "What about a future stream with Dalton?"
what did we have streamed with Dalton? I mean, you and I haven't, but that's only because he,
I
you
haven't
know,
streamed. I mean, I've been on streams with Dalton,
well,
but I
yeah, but
haven't. He hasn't been on one of my streams.
no, so I have no problem. I like I get a huge kick out of Dalton.
Dalton's hit or miss for me. He's a good guy. Seems like a really nice guy. Um, I like to run my streams a little bit differently than some other people do. I like to have a little bit more organization, a little bit more cohesion, less chaos. And Dalton just interrupts a lot, and it causes me to get frustrated sometimes. So the challenge right now is just trying to fill in that dead air for Eric as he stares blankly into the camera.
Um, See, you wouldn't have that problem if you were streaming with Dalton.
It'd be the opposite.
Because right about now, I would have said something to aggravate him. He'd go, "Why must you make me want to kill you?"
All
That's,
right. Bankman
no,
is telling you to take control from me.
no way.
Apparently,
This isn't Eric on and on and on and on comics.
wow.
Really, really.
It's now the Eric Breen on comics live stream.
Oh, now it's just the little peg from the life game.
Oh boy.
No, I get what you're saying about that, but the best laid plans and all that. I mean, it's sometimes you have an idea what you want to do, and it goes in other directions. But that's not always such a bad thing. I mean, it's like you can have your stream that is going to maintain some kind of structure, like tonight sort of kind of did, And then
I
there's
thought our
other
stream
ones.
went pretty good.
No, I did. I mean, in any deviation from the norm, I'm sure you can blame on me because I'm I'm the last thing from structured. That's why I said that's why I'm the Oscar.
I like. Okay, there's just two things that come from my perspective here. I like, first of all, smaller groups on a stream because I feel like you get more thoughts out of people instead of everyone just trying to fight for the mic. Um, and then also, I don't. There's already a lot of streams. Vankman does lots of streams lately. Englantine's doing streams. I don't want to just run the exact same thing, especially since I'm streaming with the same circle of people, right? Then it just becomes an exact copy of that, and I don't think adding to that is helpful. So I would like to create something slightly different. Um, and I notice a lot of times too, just to use you as an example, Eric, you're not the kind of guy to like fight for the mic. So you'll get on some of these streams and you just get relegated to the background because other individuals are hogging the mic all the time. And so a stream like this, like you and me, even though I tend to hog the mic a lot, you get to talk more, and I like listening, to what you have to say. And I think, as Vankman is pushing for you to take over, obviously other people want to hear what you have to say too.
That's it. Yeah, you do bring up a good point, which is kind of amazing considering how big my mouth is. Um, but no, it's if if you'd rather not, bring him on over that's fine. I mean, I said, we do a whole bunch of different kind of streams, so that's
Well, I mean, the other fact is Dalton's not here, so um, but
he's here in spirit.
he's here, always here in spirit.
Yes, he is.
So
Wearing that
Dalton is
cool hat.
someone that I only barely know, and that's through Englantine and Dr. Vankman. I only met Dr. Vankman recently through Englantine. So, I
Oh
mean,
God!
some of
Okay,
these people
I
in these
thought you were going to
circles.
blame me for that. Whew. Oh, I'm sorry.
Um, so Comics Quirks Jimmy, our boy, wants us to talk about Curse of the White Knight. God dang it!
Hey, wait a second. Ash only brings people on who aren't good at arguing, so Ash always wins. And what's that say about me, Quirks? Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know if he's trying to joke there or not.
I'm sure he is.
I don't know.
Oh, nah, I'm sure he is.
So anyway, the point of that it's hmm. Actually, I very much like having people um, on my streams and channels. If people can remember back to the days where I did a previous show, the Ass and Bats show, I'm a very strong believer actually of having people of differing opinions because so many streams that I watch are echo chambers. I'll get on a stream and be like, "Oh, there's 6 people that all think the same way." That's great. Like, I believe you get more out of something when you have people that disagree. And it's kind of was bothersome, excuse me, to hear Jimmy say that because that's one of the reasons like Jimmy got in my circle. Here's a guy who loves pretty much all the things that I hate, but
He said it right. I was only joking. Don't worry. And he loves me.
yeah,
Aw. When you were saying that, Ash, do you ever watch a channel called Memes?
no,
You should check it out. It's a little cartoon. It's like 3 minute videos, and they go to PC University, and they're NPC University, and they're all just the gray NPCs sitting in a chair, and whenever the professor says something, they'll all say, "I think we should protest. I think we should protest." That's what that reminded me of when you said that.
ah, Hey, you should send me links to some of this stuff. If, um, I don't really explore
Yeah, I,
YouTube for that stuff.
I don't know how I found. I think a guy that comes into the store on Fridays, pointed it out to me, and it's very funny. But yeah, I said I'll next time I watch one, I'll send it to you just as a reminder.
Hey, did you know that I have a Discord server where you can share these things?
Yeah, I have trouble getting this. I mean, I'm still like learning how to get things sent to Discord, but I guess
I
that's
was, was your cue to, we're still working out the kinks, guys. I was trying to, this is my cue where you were supposed to chip, do the whole plug.
oh, I guess we are still working the kinks out.
Practice stream. Not everything is just talking to you. Sometimes I talk to you for the benefit of the audience. We're putting on a show. Are you texting?
No, I'm reading the comments.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
remember, Ash, I'm my eyes are terrible. I've got to I almost have to like stop everything and blink a couple times until they focus onto so I can read the writing this small, especially this after I've been staring at the computer screen this long.
So I posted in the chat the link to the Discord channel. All you guys, some of you are already part of it, like Venkman and Comic Works. But if anyone is interested in the Discord server that we mentioned, you're welcome to join. Um, Venkman says we need to plan it out beforehand and make a script. Well, I don't want to be scripted, but we do want to plan. This stream wasn't a planned stream. This was more of just like, hey, let's get on and stream about stuff.
Argy.
I would very much like to do um, a show with Eric. We've talked about it. The problem is our schedules. Um, with him being on the East Coast, me being on the West Coast, and I'm a night person, and he's got to get up early. It's tough. So tonight just worked out. I was like, oh, I'm available early, so let's just get up and shoot the shit and see who joins us.
But then in true us fashion, we got our wires crossed and we lost an hour. We could have been streaming, so we ended up being here all night anyway.
Yeah,
And here we are.
yeah, here we are. But this is a good chance. I mean, when you stream with someone, I've learned this in the past. Like, you get to kind of learn how they do things, their mannerisms, how to play off each other, work out some of these kinks, um, and so forth. So you sometimes you can't develop things until you've muddled through, and then now Eric and I will have things to talk about afterwards off camera where we're like, okay, where do we screw up here? How can we do better here? Have an idea of what we can do on a stream that'll be fun because we actually have something to build off of. So, like I said, plus it's just getting used to talking on the mic back and forth and getting Eric to realize that this isn't just a phone call, that there's an audience listening.
Really?
And also, come on, that was kind of funny.
See, that's
Dr. Venkman says that you're Walter Matthau.
well, I did say I was Oscar, so it's see he went even older. He went movie instead of TV show.
All right, so this is the part where we need the practice on filling the dead air. And if I dominate the mic, honestly, there's two reasons I think I dominate the mic. Number one, it's my show, sort of my show. I'm streaming it on my channel. If you notice, if you watch me on other streams, like when I'm on the Comics Aficionados, Wes runs that stream. I keep my mouth shut pretty much until Wes calls on me because that's just the organization of it. So I'm trying to like be the leader here, so I talk a lot, and it's my responsibility. Oftentimes, I feel like when there's dead air, to just fill it with blabber, and sometimes that's all you can do is blab about nonsense. it's tough. It's tough keeping that dead air from happening.
So this is where I come in and just say the first thing that comes to my mind, because we don't want any of that dead air filling up this dead air.
You've
See,
got what, like
see what I did there?
50 years of comics, and you can't just throw something out there.
Start throwing. How if I start throwing comics at the screen? Will that work? Here, have a Fantastic Four 173. Ooh, wow.
Venkman, I never complain that you talk too much. I complain you talk too fast.
Yeah, I complain that you talk too much.
Ah. Christy says, agree, Ash. I mute the mic when on other live streams. Dr. Venkman says, this chat is dying. Well, I think Quirks may have bailed, and Venkman and Christy are the only ones left.
It might be. Well, then that's
It's our cue to go.
Well, I would say that might be. It's like, Quarks is still here. 50 years, please don't be modest. 80 years, he is. Oh, don't make me come out there, Quarks.
Man, he's mean.
He is.
He needs to learn how to rib people in a more non-mean fashion.
He's fine. He makes me laugh. Um, yeah, he's exercising his youth privilege, his distance privilege. um, his he knows I'll never come out there and do anything about it, and not that I could anyway because I'm 70 years older than him.
Uh-oh, I think I inadvertently. Never mind, she says, kidding. I'll say I inadvertently insulted the chat. It's not my intention. Well, I was all set to like wind down. I was like getting it to the ending point, and then you were like, "I'm on for another half an hour," and I was like, "Oh, what do I do?"
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I didn't. If you know you're streaming with a fossil, you probably have a couple hours of stuff planned anyway. And when I get besmirched and I come off the mat like one of those old Hulk Hogan matches where it doesn't drop the third time because I've been besmirched by people like Venkman, it's like, well, what do you do then?
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, in this case, you make no sense like I just did.
I was talking about before. Is there any comics you're looking forward to coming up this week?
I don't think so, because this past Wednesday, over half of the things that I still buy, came out. I mean, I know there's been I know there was a Freedom Fighters. I know there was a Hawkman the week before. A couple of the Archie books came out last week. A couple Alterna books came out. And I said, I am getting a Hulk Epic collection that has issues 118 through 137 that I am looking forward to. 118 is a Hulk Submariner battle, which was really cool. But no, I think that's about the only thing that I have coming this week.
But you don't have any new stuff.
No, not that I know of, because I don't buy previews anymore, and I really don't know what's coming until the night before.
And you don't read the House of X, Powers of X stuff.
I don't.
Does it sound interesting to you at all?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think it might be something you'll read when it comes out in trade?
Possibly. Yeah, my friend who's I have two friends that are my age that are both into comics. One is even farther into nothing but back issues than I am, and I've got another friend who still kind of keeps up on a couple things current. He's actually reading the X books, and doesn't love them, likes them a lot, but again, he has been a weekly reader of of these things since he he actually, I think, even started before me. So I mean, I didn't start till I was 13. He started, when he was, probably not even 10 yet. So I think he started in about 74. So, we've seen a ton.
Right.
So it's, um, but yeah, I mean, he has good things to say about those. I mean, yeah, he's actually still reading Detective. Um, Yes, I mean, I got him started back on some of these DCs, and now he's still reading more of them than I am.
Well, for me, this coming up Wednesday, my pull list is Batman 80. Not looking forward to that at all. Only buying it just to collect because I'm stupid. Um, and I would have canceled it, but I heard King was being taken off, so I was like, oh, just finish out the damn run because I knew my OCD would be like having that hole in the collection. I'm just throwing money away.
Yes, you are,
Um,
Felix.
but Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 number 6 comes out, and that has been a fantastic comic. I'm so glad I picked this up. It is one of the best books, mainstream books out there. So fun. Have you read? Have you ever been a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reader at any point in your life?
It's so what?
What?
You said it's so,
I don't remember what I said. So
but
good.
well, no, that's what I thought you were gonna say.
Did I
Yeah,
say
so
something else?
let's try this again. How good is this Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Oh, dude, it is so good.
That's what I
So
thought. That's
good.
what I'm talking about.
So good. No, really,
Um,
it is.
no, but it's funny you mentioned that. I was looking through a couple of boxes to see if there's anything that I wanted to take out of the boxes and like add to what I laughingly refer to as my collection now. And I found three uh three Nin- Ninja Turtles trade. I don't know if they're trades the right word or what from that were published by First. And it looks like it's the original stories. Unfortunately,
I
it's
have those.
it's 1, 3, and 4. So why I have those three but not two, I don't know.
They're hard to find. Um,
Apparently, they're real easy to find if you know what closet of mine to look in.
oh,
um, I totally forgotten they were in there, and I
those are reprints of the original Mirage Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I believe each one is 4 issues, 3 or 4 issues a piece, each one, and they're colored, which was what made them special because it was the first time those stories were colored. Plus, it was the first time you could get those stories, because Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like 1 through 5, I think,
Mhm.
had print runs that were like under 1,000.
I do remember that.
Like it was.
Yeah, give me one. I'm gonna go grab that. I'm gonna tell me if this is what you're talking about. No, one
Okay.
sec.
Dun, 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 bum, bum. Now we wait for Eric to come back with his comic book. Is there anyone even still in the chat? Are we dead? This is going to make for a great replay.
What, all the times I just walked away?
No, just this chat's dead. I think we're just talking for a replay at this point. I don't know if anyone's here.
Is that what those are?
That looks like it. Yep, with all
Okay,
the red
cool.
bandanas.
Yeah, and they are colored. So
Yep.
yeah, so I'm unfortunate I don't have number two. So I guess if I read that, and if I read the first one and really like it, I guess I could probably find the second one.
Maybe those are hard to find. Um, I think they were even worth some money at some point.
No, these are beat to death, so those certainly aren't. But
I mean, obviously you can find mine are beat to death too. Uh, you can, I mean, you can find they've reprinted these stories now at this point in time many times, so I'm sure you can find those. And the book will tell you, I think, which it's either 3 or 4 issues. I want to say 4, so that means I don't know. Maybe I want to say 3 because I have a feeling it's like the first 12 issues from Mirage. Anyways, have you read any of those at all?
No,
Okay.
I don't think I've ever read a, because like I said, I mean, I've got, I know I've got some of that book you always talk about, the Yosaji Yosubi Gimbo or whatever.
Usagi Yojimbo.
Yeah, that. I think I've got several issues of that in the garage that were just left over from when one of our old stores sold comics. I've got a box of Cerebus in there. None of the real old ones, so it's not worth anything. But yeah, and I found those in there looking for other things, and found a couple of found some Popeyes from the 50s, I think, and just, but yeah, those were in
Usagi
that.
Yojimbo is so good.
So good.
If you have the old Fantagraphics Usagi's, hmm, they it's one of those books I really encourage reading. We kind of joke, make fun of me, like, I'm the Mikey or whatever. I don't like Usagi Yojimbo was like my first real taste of that when I was young and I discovered a comic book store for the first time. I was telling that story earlier, how I was like got my X-Men and went to a comic book store. And when you go into a comic book store the first time, you realize that there's more than just Marvel and DC comics. You're
Mm.
like,
Mm.
and I saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the shelf. I was like, ooh, what is this? And they were cool and edgy and stuff. And then next to that was a copy of Albedo, which I don't know if you remember Albedo.
My LCS guy has one behind the counter right now with triple figures on it. So
Triple, that's it?
I
Not
think
not quadruple?
I don't think so. I mean, it could have been. I just saw a bunch of zeros, but I thought it might have been.
Right? So little did I know any better. I looked at that book and I was like, wow, that's a stupid name. And what the hell is this cartoon rabbit on the cover? Stupid. Now it's several $1,000s. Um,
Well, you know my Walking Dead story.
yeah, so
So
be that as it may, after Albedo, Usagi Yojimbo came out in his own comic. And then I didn't know how to. I was like, "What's this?" I was like you. I was like, "What is it?" And then it was like, "This is a silly looking rabbit." I don't. I thought it was a cartoony book for kids. Totally dismissed it. But the reason I gave it a shot is because I was enamored with the collectability of comics, and even at that time, Albedo, after it went out, became this hot book. You couldn't because the print runs were so minuscule. I think Albedo was probably maybe had a print run of a couple hundred. Like, and so even back then, like Albedo shot up to like $100 or $200 right away, and I was like, wow, I could have. So I picked up Usagi Yojimbo purely because the same thing with Turtles. The early Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle books were worth money, so I was like, I got to get this. It's gonna be a hot book, not because I thought I was interested in reading it, but then I read it because I read everything, and to this day, fast forward 30 years, 35 years, however long it's been, it's one of my favorite comics of all time. It's so good. And I urge anyone, if you're interested in checking it, you can get the Fantagraphics, get that first volume. It, these stories are timeless. They're classic. They are suitable for children. So if you're an adult and you have children and you want a book that you can share with them, it's suitable for kids, but it's not written for kids. Um, I wish I could hype this book up enough. I don't want to overhype it because then people get it and go, "Ugh." But man, it's so charming and whimsical, and it has historical relevance, to I forget which period of Japan it takes place in, but one of the eras of samurai, era of Japan. And Stan Sakai, he's a Japanese American, so he's got his heritage is Japanese, but he himself, he didn't grow up in Japan, so this book has been sort of his journey into like discovering his roots, and he does a lot of research when he writes his books to learn about his own cultural history, and then he takes what he learns and he puts it in these books. But he writes it in a way so that you don't feel like you're getting a lesson, but you walk away feeling like you now understand more about the culture and things that you didn't before, and it's just so fascinating. And the character is such a fun, good character to follow. And anyways, I talk about it in my videos. You're one of the few people that watch my videos, so.
Yeah. So how long had the Turtles been going before you got on board?
I think issue 9, if I recall correctly, was the issue that was on the shelf. And the furthest issue I was able to find in back issues was issue 7, because, like I said, those print runs were so small. I remember my store had an issue 7, and I was like, oh, you know. Then I later on found an issue number 2, a second printing of issue number 2, which I have, which I'm very proud of. It's like the only book I have that's a second printing, which is a big deal to me because even the second printings were super rare. And I have it like in mint, super mint condition in like a Mylar bag. Like it's,
Yeah, in a Mylar Snugs.
yeah, whatever those are called. So,
If you were a reader of E-Man, you get that reference.
oh, was it? Okay, I'm not a reader of
well,
He-Man,
that's actually
obviously.
the right name. I mean, that's what they call those. Yeah, it's another name for them. It's, yeah, Snugs. I think that and you hermetically seal them.
Mine
Actually,
wasn't. It just had the fold over.
yeah. And I think the ones that are hermetically sealed are called Mylar Snugs. And E-Man was just a parody of, it was a spoof on, different things in the industry, sort of kind of like what, the Ninja Turtles became, but this predated it. It was a Charlton series in the 70s, and then when first started publishing it, they just started doing, they parodied the X-Men, and it's one of the villains was this basement dwelling nerd called Mylar Snugs.
Huh.
But yeah, it was a neat little book. I mean, yeah, I said it's if you ever run across them, it would be in whatever cheap bin might be in your store. But if you ever run across an issue, and check it out. They're actually kind of fun. But I was wondering, yeah, 'cause I'd be willing to buy. I could ask my friend that owns the comic book store, but he would just say that he did, whether it happened or not, because yeah, he likes to embellish a little bit. I know he tried to get me to buy Walking Dead #1, and I bet he probably also tried to get me to buy Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, proving I didn't get any smarter in the years in between. Because I'm sure I just said, what do I want with this? And like I said, 17 years later or whatever, when Walking Dead came out, I don't want this black and white zombie book. What would I want this for?
Right.
And
Well, I was just
unfortunately,
curious.
they didn't get valuable until I'd already passed on enough to where it didn't matter anymore.
Well, aside from the collector's sake, I was just curious because I didn't know how much you're. So obviously, you're not really a TMNT guy. You don't really
No.
read the issues, so it's probably not going to matter to you. If you read the Batman TMNT book, you wouldn't. You probably wouldn't appreciate it because you just never really read Turtles. So they would just be like, "Who are these guys?" I mean, I know you know who they are, but
Yeah.
um. So, anyways, that book is it's a really good series. By the way, written by James Tynion, the guy taking over Batman. Um,
Oh, I've seen your guys' reviews, so I mean
um, Birthright #40 coming out. Daredevil #12. House of X #6. And Justice League 33. That's my pull list this week. $21 is going to set me back. So it's a small week, but not cheap price tag.
well, I need a small week.
Yeah, I need a small week,
Of course, I'm
seriously.
not going to get one, with the Epic collection, but I honestly hope there's not much to go with it. Yeah, I missed Justice League 32, but I figure I can. They never sell out, and where I go, so I can always pick those up like two or three at a time of that, which I did the last time when I just flat out forgot to get one, which is kind of strange considering there's one every other week. Yeah, but I mean, I managed to forget my favorite book, not named Hawkman. Luckily, they still had Criminal. I forgot to buy number 7. I somehow managed to miss, and luckily they had 7 and 8 last week. But
See, I'm not reading Criminal, but I always seeing it on a lot of people's lists. Like, oh, Criminal, Criminal. Is it really that good?
oh yeah, I mean, I said, well, you know, he's been writing these characters for years, and I mean, I'm a huge Brubaker fan. The only thing of his I haven't read was, oh god, the one he did before he went back to this, so Kill or Be Killed, because his character, the Image did a 3-page intro to it, and his main character had a massive case of TDS, and I was just at the time it was like right when we first got involved in all this stuff. I mean, I was like right when I first got involved in this stuff, I was like, man, I don't I don't want to read another guy just going. I don't want to read another Orange Man bad because I was getting it everywhere else. And actually, it might have even been before I started getting following you guys. But either way, But I mean, I love Criminal. I love the Fade Out. I love Fatal. I said, loved his Captain America. Loved his Daredevil. I mean, the guy's just a tremendous writer. Sleeper. I mean, they're all great.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna check those out probably in trade format. Um, the one thing that indie comics don't have for me is the idea of collecting.
No, you're right. Because for every Walking Dead, there's 999 books that are worthless. Hey, before yes, Quirks, did Deceased number 5 come out? Blink once for yes and twice for no.
um, I thought they had started a new Deceased. I thought,
Well, they did a side issue that I didn't get, but
no.
here's
Are
a
you
shot.
buying the Deceased, Eric?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's out of continuity, so yeah. But
Oh my goodness.
when the side book came out, I bought back issues because I mean it's Ash. It's in my name. I mean, my name isn't Breen buys new books. It's Breen has back issues.
Well, I can change that.
Yeah, apparently, I guess you can. I like that one. I like that one. That's my favorite of the 3 so far. I've liked them all, but I like that one
All right.
as long as Dave's okay with it.
Um. So, man, I'm trying to get you to buy new comics, and the new comic you buy is from freaking Tom Orange Man Bad Taylor.
I know. But again, I said I'm not. I try not to let their warblings on social media, and it's weird. It's almost like they're 2 different Tom Taylors.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, because DC does make these guys rein it in to a degree, and
Some
yeah,
guys, it's weird, right? Because Mark Russell writes his weirdo shit in there, and then look at Greg Rucka's Lois Lane book. That was completely Orange Man bad.
oh, I know, and that's what kind of troubles me going forward. That I said, DC let Mark Russell do that Harley Quinn issue, and he does all that weirdo shit with Wonder Twins, and I know he was what I think Second Coming was him, and the Rucka, like I said, I don't know what issues 2, 3, and 4 have been like, and I'm never gonna know because that first issue, you know, was ridiculous.
Yeah, I do not understand why people said that was a good comic. I mean, even our boy Zach said it was a good comic. People are. I'm like, if you take out all the Orange Man bad stuff, well, first of all, you don't have much left of a story. There wasn't much
Yeah,
else.
you have blank
But
pages.
but there wasn't even a good story there. It was just Lois Lane going, "I'm investigating something," and
And
telling
cucking her
question.
husband. Yeah,
She tell
Superman
her,
virtue signaling. No, it was just yeah. Well,
but
like I
she would
said,
like question, go investigate this thing. Okay, that's not. That's an amazing story to you.
yeah,
That
well,
what,
Richard has amazingly bad taste.
he does, but I'm not even talking about him. I mean, lots of people are like, "Oh, this is really good story." Like literally, all that happened was Lois Lane went to the question and said, "I think someone got murdered and it's suspicious. Go investigate." And then the question go and like that's it. There's nothing to the story. There's nothing there.
But the the being the Jim Acosta of the DC universe and getting thrown out by Sarah Sanders and the whole this computer fights fascists. It's like sorry sorry your woman lost Greg, but you've had 3 years to get over it. But apparently that's not going to happen. So that's anywho. I wow when you start yawning.
No, I was sighing.
Oh, how okay.
Um, yeah, next week I gotta get you to read some comics though. Like you're reading. Okay, Deceased is okay. I read the first issue, did a review on it. I was genuinely surprised. There were some tense moments.
It's so good.
I wouldn't go that far,
I would.
but
I just did.
okay, well you can go that far. I didn't think it was that good, but it definitely surpassed my expectations. There were two parts in the book that elicited genuine tension, which is difficult to do in a comic book. So I had to give him credit for that. So anyone who is getting the book, I definitely I used to laugh, make fun of the book, and I was totally expecting to roast the shit out of it when I read it, and it turned out to be pretty decent. The only fault I really had with the book was the art.
I,
The art was pretty terrible.
I didn't buy it I didn't buy number one when it came out.
Ah,
I waited for a few reviews to come in, and I kind of weighed. I don't remember who had reviewed them, but yeah, I think I got a couple, and the consensus seemed to be, "Wow, why can't he write like this for Marvel?" And I thought, all right, I'll give it a shot. See, I didn't mind the art, and my only gripe in it is you're not apparently you're not allowed to write a story at DC without shoehorning Harley Quinn in there somewhere. But fortunately, they've kind of kept it to a minimum. Of course, knock on wood, there's still a couple issues to go, and she's still alive, so she could, And so, I mean, I'm assuming her role will be more prominent than the last two. Um, but as far as like reading some new books, I mean, I said it's it's probably not going to happen right now because I said I kind of go through phases. I mean, I kind of like I've had OCD since before there was a term for it. And right now my OCD is kind of in back issues. Like I'm really, really, I hate saying into, but I'm reading a ton of early '80s Spider-Mans right now. And I said those two trades that I showed earlier in the stream, they were both from that era. And I'm picking up a couple of stray issues here and there, and I do have three short boxes sitting in front of me of stuff I haven't even read yet. Four long boxes in the next room that I haven't read yet. And I don't even know how many trades, masterworks, and omnibuses that I haven't read yet.
jeez. Yeah, you're making me feel better, I guess.
I'll never catch up. I mean, there's no way I can because I I keep. Like I said, I mean, I'm on a mystical roll as far as finding great deals, and and now I just need to take a step back and start reading some of it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I think this is probably part of the problem with my reading list because I do the same thing in these deals. Like you saw when I bought those digital books. I mean, that's how many countless comics I bought that day. You know, when you put them all together, you know, but I'm like, it's $13. I can't pass this up, you know, um, because these are books I definitely want to read. Instead of $30, it's $3. So I gotta buy it, but
Mm.
it just piles up. It adds to the reading list, and I get overwhelmed. Um, Man, I have a week coming up here in November where there's only 3 comics on my list on November 6th, and one of them's Batman. Ugh. That's a shitty week when you have 3 comics and one of them's Batman. Oh man. Um, but I'm really enjoying Daredevil. Did you enjoy the Daredevil Netflix series?
Oh yeah, very
I
much so.
think you would like the Daredevil comic then. It's
Oh,
written.
there's no question I would like that. And again, I said if I had more money and more time, I'd be all over the first at least the first trade to get to read the first 6 issues. Because I am a Zdarsky fan. I mean I like the Spider-Man life story. I was actually you know I was reading his 2-in-1 for a while, and then I fell off of all new comics again for a while. But um, yeah, and I know his Invaders is supposed to be good. I just like I said, it just I I actually read a couple of the Charles Soules that right before that. So I mean, I was actually Daredevil's one of the 2 or 3 Marvels I was actually reading when I gave them another chance. But but I've heard nothing but good things about Daredevil.
Yeah, it's done. I was just noticing this because I'm in the second arc right now, and I'm like, man, this really feels like the TV show. But I think better than the TV show.
Daredevil's
Um,
had I mean, Daredevil, its history is an embarrassment of riches as far as quality runs go. And I know a lot of people just think Frank Miller, but I said that I would argue that's the best thing Bendis has ever done. Brubaker's run, the early books, like the first 100 issues had a certain feel to them, and Ascente did some great work on that title. It's just, I mean, it's had a lot of really really good creative people on that book
well,
through the
Brubaker, I didn't
years.
know he did a run. That might be.
Yeah, his went right into Bendis's, or Bendis went into Brubaker. I can't remember which was which, but it was right after Kevin Smith, when they went to Marvel Knights, and Kevin Smith wrote the first several issues, and they weren't terrible, but he was more of a shock and awe. So he killed Karen Page, and later said, "Well, if I had any idea she was that popular, I never would have done it." And it was like, yeah, but you claim to have been this big comic book nerd. You probably should have known. Um, but
uh,
uh, but then I think Bendis went it followed that, or David Mack did a couple issues. Then I think it went to Bendis and then to Brubaker, and that's where that the the it was total noir feel, even more so than Miller's. Um, but and then I don't know if you read Shadowland.
mm-mm.
They basically Daredevil turned into a straight up villain.
Oh no.
I think he'd gotten influenced by the Hand or something, and it was something that Miller might have done eventually if he'd ever stayed in one place long enough. But and he basically took over Hell's Kitchen with the Hand as his enforcers, and basically told every other superhero you come in, you die. And it was one of Marvel's big events when Marvel did them well. But and then
And who wrote this one?
um it wasn't any of the ones I just mentioned. Oh, God damn it. Who was writing that?
Was it anyone? If you don't remember the name, was it any? Do you remember it being like a big name or just an average
Yeah,
name?
I think so. It might be like might have been like Andy Diggle.
Oh,
I mean, so a medium name, but it was a good story, and
okay.
and it was it wasn't company wide, but it all the like street level heroes had side series in them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so and and after that he had to go find himself again. So there was another one of those like born again type miniseries that led into the next incarnation.
Daredevil's always having to find
Oh,
himself.
he's had to find himself several times, and that's
It's like, that's like one of the tropes of Daredevil. It's
and
just like,
again that's
oh,
what
I've lost my way. I got to go find myself
well,
again.
yeah, I mean, so when people champion certain people's runs of that yes, Chip Zdarsky's done a great it's been a great run, but he's done that character's been through the ringer like that before.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's everybody trying to be Frank Miller or what, I mean, that man has had some shit to deal with.
The interesting thing that's going on in the run right now is that Daredevil's given up being Daredevil. So I don't know. You might have seen some spoilers online or whatever, but there's basically a moment where Spider-Man confronts Daredevil.
Oh, issue 5.
Well, you know about it.
Oh yeah, I pay attention. I mean, I know what's going
Where
on.
Spider-Man essentially comes and says, "You're done, buddy. Like, there comes a time for all of us when we can't do it anymore, and we become more of a danger than a help." And it's kind of a shocking issue. And
But
so,
not if you've read as much as I have through the years, because they basically had the same thing only with the shoe on the other foot when Spider-Man basically went nuts a couple times during a gang war and when Captain DeWolf was murdered. And Daredevil had to basically beat some sense into him, knowing that this guy's got so much strength, speed, and power on me, but I've got to do this, and it's so I mean it's I said there it's interesting. Yeah, I said that this time around it's
well,
Peter being the
Spider-Man doesn't
one.
really beat him up or anything. He just
No, but
shows up at his apartment,
no, I
and
know, but
it's all done with a speech.
yeah,
And basically, Matt Murdock just comes to his senses, and he's like, "You're right. You're right. Like I needed someone to tell me this." And that's kind of what's the shocker about it. It's not, and I'm not saying what your example is a gimmick, but it's what made it impactful for to me is that it wasn't this gimmicky like, oh, you're unhinged and whatever. Like, this is a case where the story is being written as if, yeah, Matt Murdock is done, and you're like, Jesus, this is issue 5 into the series. Like, like, what's going on? And the arc that I'm in right now is not Matt Murdock in his normal self that you're used to, because this isn't the first time they've done similar type things where Matt Murdock's a broken man. This is Matt Murdock, like, relieved. He's like walking around. He's like, I've never been happier. I'm not, it's like, and it's really weird to see as a Daredevil fan, because you're like, wait a second, like, you're happy not being Daredevil, like, and the Kingpin retires. This is where I'm at now in the middle. Spoiler alert, sorry. And the Kingpin, you know, retires because he's just like, I've destroyed Matt Murdock. That I've achieved things. He has bigger dreams ahead of him. So like he retires, presumably so that he could do something like run for president or something. Because he's like, I'm mayor. Like, I can't be doing this crime syndicate shit the rest of my life. Like, I got bigger goals. And you're like, oh, okay. And so Matt Murdock's just living his life, and you're just like, wow, this is sort of the end. But you know it's not the end. And because Zdarsky's writing so well, that you just you instinctively put your trust in the writer, and something's going to bring Daredevil back to the costume, and it's now of a matter of, okay, you got me. I'm interested. What brings a character who's happy to be away to come back, right? We've seen like what Miller did, where the Kingpin broke him, and Daredevil had to like find his way back to becoming, from a broken man to Daredevil. But now as a character who's not, he's like a fixed man. Does he have to break now? Like, what's going to happen? So I'm
now,
really intrigued.
now see, this is why Chip Zdarsky has become such a good writer, that he's able to do something. Now that's close to something that hasn't been done. especially if he's kept it going for more than a couple issues. Now, obviously, something's going to put him back in the suit, and we're going to find out just how far he's grown as a writer. Because the obvious trope is someone kills Foggy, or I don't know if he's got a girlfriend in the series now. I mean, I think didn't he sleep with some fat married chick?
Well, there's a girl that he's attracted to, but I haven't gotten very far with that.
But listen, now if he can put him back in the suit without a gimmicky death of a major character that someone like me that hasn't read the book in years would know, kind of like what Kevin Smith did, which to me sucked.
Hmm.
If he can do that without like I said a cheap death or cheap gimmick of death, then bravo. And I I'd say if anybody working at Marvel now could do it, it would be him. But it'll be interesting to see. And on
Yeah.
that note, my friend, we have passed the 4 hour mark.
All right. So
So I think here's where let's see. We should pimp our channels. I don't have one. Ash.
everyone knows where my channel is because we're on it right now. I want to thank everyone for listening, taking this long. Probably went way over our time. We should probably not do it this long and wear out our welcome. That's not a good thing to do. But anyone who was listening, hopefully you got something out of it. It is late at night. Everyone's sleeping, had to get up on Monday morning. So there might be people listening on the replay, though. It's always something to consider when we're doing these recordings is that, it sits in the replay and people do listen. I've had people throw comments in. So if you are listening, thank you very much for listening. I'm Ash, and this is my lovely co-host, Eric Breen. And any final words?
No, so like I said, yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, and I said we'll do this again soon.
All right. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Good night, kids.